And I feel like the more the hoof spools and it's so like hidden, you end up with this huge back end of the foot, which even happened with my horse. And it almost fools you to believe that you're like, hey, I finally got a frog on this horse. Look how big
Yep.
the back of the hoof is. It looks great. But then the horse almost gets, more uncomfortable. I'm mainly, focusing on my gilding JD because this has been an issue forever. But when you told me to take pictures, I didn't really notice until I took pictures and I
Yeah.
compared his foot with my mare Trinity and how her capsule is fitting to her, the size of her cornet band and the heels
Uh-huh.
come out where they're supposed to. And then I look at his and it's like, no wonder he's in pain. He's got these heels that, even though they're 2 inches long, are
Yeah.
sticking out of these gigantic heel bulbs that, and but mind you, this whole soaking, thank God the weather has been raining here just a little while ago. And after watching your stuff before our Zoom meeting, I went home and I trimmed him and I mostly focused on the bars. And see,
Uh-huh.
it was before, see, like I came back and I started finding all your videos. So we were still kind of squaring off that toe a little bit, just at the
Uh-huh.
front. So I trimmed him that way. And then now I'm finding that now you're even saying, hey, try leaving the toe, which makes sense. Because, if you got that notch, and you have a long toe and a heel, it's going to help like pull the hoof, and pull those heels back. So the first time I trimmed him, I really trimmed out his frog and his bars and came back 5 days later and I was like, holy moly, I've never seen his frog and his heel bulbs look quite so big. Like all of a sudden they just blew up, like they just grew back. I was like, whoa. And so I trimmed them again. But then the second time I trimmed him, which was on Friday, I did not square off the toe. I left it. Um, and I just trimmed the bars and
Uh-huh.
dug the crap out of that frog as much as I could. And I still felt like I had tons of frog. He has more frog on him right now than he's ever had. And I swear, like so there were so many changes just from that first time. Cause I've always trimmed the bars and trimmed the frog,
Yeah.
but I never just trimmed it right down. And then I get what you're saying, where the heels come into the frog and can
Mm-hmm.
kind of smash into your frog. So I made sure I cleaned that part up because I noticed his periopal skin was growing up the frog. And in the pictures,
Yep.
you can actually see where it's wrapped around, crushing the heels forward. And then it's no wonder why I have these thin, brittle heels growing out past that.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh my gosh. And when you look at the foot, I mean, I've even had other people just for a second, I look at the foot and be like, oh, his feet look perfect. I don't understand what's wrong with him. You know what I mean? And I did send you pictures of just that right front foot of his that he has such a
Yeah,
bad
I got
problem
it
with.
on there. I have it on there now.
Yay. And I'm
Um,
like, but I also took a video. I don't know if you could get it. I kind of wish I had taken videos before the first trim that I took like a week or so ago, and then
uh-huh.
the one I just did Friday, because he will land with his foot, he'll land on his toe, and his foot shakes back and forth as he kind of gimps to prevent his foot from landing on his heels.
Uh-huh.
And I took a video after that second trim, just trimming out bars and frog. And he landed all the way down. And he even offered into a trot on his own.
Huh.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, it was a huge change all of a sudden. Now, I
Yeah.
did notice he's stiff and a little sore, but I noticed in your video from like 3 weeks ago that you were talking about how sometimes they can get a little sore, because stuff in there is shifting and moving around as
Yeah.
well. So I'd imagine it's still going to take some time, but still there was a huge relief. He's standing better and everything. So,
Well, that's great because see, I know they get frog bound, but then I'm gonna draw you a picture of the size of his real foot here.
okay.
Okay?
Okay. And I
Okay.
did take before and after. So hopefully I'm trimming
Okay.
enough.
Okay. So do you see the I gotta annotate here. I have a picture right front. I'm looking at the medial side. Let me find it doesn't matter, but want to try and find the lateral. There we go. Okay. Okay, so the second here, annotate. Okay, so here's the true size of his foot is going to be close to what I'm going to draw here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Very
Okay.
excited.
So now, so be up like this.
See, and I've always known that this hoof was hoof bound. It's always been much smaller than the others.
Yeah.
But unbinding it, and the capsules always looked a little forward to me. I do have him more backed up in the back as far as it looks like the heel bulbs have lifted, and I do have more frog and heel on him, but the hoof capsule almost seems like it's still tiny, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's been hard to get it to unbind. And then I've just kept that toe back thinking if I back it up, those heels will open. But this whole hoof binding
Mm-hmm.
makes perfect sense.
Yeah. See, my horse's foot has increased easily this much.
Wow. Okay.
See, it's hard to believe that their feet that these heels can curl around. First of all, that this cartilage can be pulled down like that. And then everything like twisted around. Let's see here. So these heels here have been twisted into there in. So if we were to look at because see your cartilage here, it comes down like this.
Uh-huh.
Okay. This here is what the true cartilage looks like. Well, let me get a better color here. Just a second here. Oh, right there.
I'm
See?
going to mute myself just so you don't have all the background noise.
Okay.
If you need me to respond to anything, it'll take me just a minute to chime in.
Okay.
Okay, but I'll just keep listening and you're teaching on my hoof. It's exciting.
Haha. So this would be
This is a Christmas
in
present in itself. Just want to let you know. Thank you
there
so
you go.
much.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Merry
Okay,
Christmas.
so this would be the true size of this horse's foot. They really can get the internal foot, the capsule can get that small, and the internal foot, the corium, and the bulbs can be literally wrapped around. So what you see is heel here. Okay. That's actually the sidewall from right here. Let me get a different color. We'll do green. See this black stripe? Okay. This is actually the sidewall on the horse. That's that part of the wall that has become the heel. And the true heel buttress here, okay, is first of all, it's trimmed out. And then the part that grows it, the coronary band and the bulbs and the base of the frog are wrapped around, like literally wrapped and spooled around inside the foot there. Okay, so I'm going to take a picture of this. Just a second here. Save that.
Now, can a lot of these issues start from like if they're babies, like that they're stalled for a long period of time and their foot never, because they're kind of born with their
Yeah,
with their feet wrapped up.
yeah,
I'm just wondering because the lady I got him from rescued him from a um auction when he was 2.5. And
uh-huh.
then she gave him to me when he was 4, and he was never right on that front foot.
Yeah,
Um, and he got a little better as my farrier was trimming him because his foot
mm-hmm.
opened a little bit, but it
Yeah.
just never got the same size as his other foot.
Now, how old is he now?
18.
18?
Yep.
Well, my horse, I trimmed his feet out for 10 years, okay? And started when he was 2. So his feet, well, his feet never did get, they grow till they're 5. But
Yeah,
now his feet, all the building blocks are still there. So I'll bet all the building blocks are still there in him too.
I'm hoping so. I've like
See?
never wanted to give up, but this hidden piece, I swear, I feel like you found it and I'm so excited.
Yeah, I think this is going to be great. Well, let's look at the bottom of the foot here.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna put you back
Um,
on mute.
yeah, see, all the building blocks are still there. Like, here, I'm going to save this image and open it up in a different deal so I can make it bigger. Let's see. Oops. Wait a minute. Ignore. Okay. Just a second here. Um, just got to remember what I'm doing. A little bit brain dead. Let's see. New share. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna. Okay, so let me get the annotate going here. Just a second here. Okay, so you see this little piece here, right in there. That's actually supposed to be clear up here. And so, it's a combination of, uh, if it, see, it can happen either way. You could have a horse whose foot fairly developed and got big, and then you trim the heels down, and it pulls everything down, and it'll pull the whole frog down from here and underneath the foot, and push the whole frog forward and bind the foot. And so then the frog grows, the frog corium from the inner foot then grows the frog in that position, and that's where it's going to stay. Because this little piece right in here is called the frog stay. Although sometimes the periopal right here will grow over the whole thing to hold the hoof capsule on, and you'll have a whole periopal. Practically the whole frog can be just periopal. And so as you release the frog and you allow this to grow here, okay, this we're going to look at the bottom and we're going to see that it's probably curled in more than what you think. Let's see here. Okay, so let me go back. Okay. Um, Now you can see that his bulbs are wrapped clear up into here. I can see it anyway. Once you understand it, you'll start to see it. And this is probably mostly periopal frog than real frog. And you see how pointed your apex is? Okay, that has to really be trimmed down to where uh you're almost to the apex frog corium, but not quite. It has to really be trimmed back and trimmed down because see, once this whole frog corium gets pushed forward and then the frog grows right there, just the apex of the frog is going to hold that forward. And you want this whole frog to be able to start moving back so that because it's attached to these bulbs, and these bulbs are way up in there. And you notice that it looks like this one is up in there even more than this one. See how they're uneven? See how this one's back here and this one's over here? See that periopal? Yeah, there's a lot of periopal growing over this frog here. Now,
Did you look at the picture where before this trim? Um,
uh,
Everything you're saying, like I can see it now. That's what I mean by the hidden piece, because I just saw these big frogs. I'm like, okay, I'm getting frog on him. I'm getting as much heel as I can. I'm
yeah,
constantly having to take that toe down because it'll come up above the heels, and then he's sitting on his heels, and he'll
Yeah.
wear them heels out. So I'm having to keep that toe down to get the heels, above the toe. And then I'm thinking, okay, I got this frog. But now everything you're saying, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can totally see where these heels are coming up in there. And
Mm-hmm.
or I mean the bar or the sorry, the frog is coming up in there. And so there's actually a picture, the same pictures of these feet before trim and after, just so that you
Okay.
could see like where the periopal skin has grown up the heel.
Okay.
And
What's this one here?
that would be a before.
That's the
Yeah,
before.
I'm pretty sure that is the before of that foot. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you see that white in there?
Mm-hmm.
That's periopal. Like his heels are really contracted. They don't
Mm-hmm.
look like it, but they are. His bulbs are supposed to, for well, let me draw on that to show you. Let's see. Okay, so his bulb is clear around into here, like this. See, so his bulb probably goes like that, if not a little more. And this part here is supposed to be, it's not supposed to be turned in like that.
Mm-hmm.
See? See,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be like this.
Yeah. Yeah. And see, I've just been hacking that toe off, hoping all that would move back, and then just binding the hoof even more.
Yeah,
But
I know, I know how
he
that
he
is
used
because
to
we've all
have
done it, you know?
he used to have a deep crack in there where those bulbs come together,
Mm-hmm.
and my whole hoof pick would disappear down into the capsule of his foot, it seemed like. And I'd
Yeah.
have to pack it with, cotton balls like I learned
Mm-hmm.
from you, and put stuff in there to get that to heal up. And that he used to have no frog. I mean, it'd be all the way down to the sensitive internal frog, just about on that foot.
Uh-huh.
So
Well,
it's been
and
a
see,
battle.
like people would think that that would be thrush, which there
Mhm.
may have been some thrush in there,
Mhm.
okay? But in reality, it's just the bulbs are just smashed together
Yeah.
because that whole area is supposed to be open anyway. But with frog growing in it. Hold on a second here. Um, so let me undo that here. Wait a second. Okay, so this part of the frog here, oh, it goes like this. See
Mhm.
it?
Yep,
This
I
part of the
can.
frog is supposed to be all the way back 2 inches up behind the foot.
Mhm.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, and I couldn't get it to move, no matter
Yeah,
how much toe I took off. And just like some of your videos say, you take all that toe off, you come back in a few days, and the sole and everything has just come right back.
yeah,
So I have to trim him more frequently to keep that toe back, just to keep him somewhat comfortable, or he'll be almost crippled.
huh.
And so it was interesting to see that I didn't even touch his toe and just trim all that bar and frog out, and gave him so much relief.
Yeah, that's
I
great.
think I think I sent you the video. I mean, I don't think you can share it on here, but I
Okay,
don't know if you can or not, but I did send you the video, I think, just to see how he's
okay,
moving. If not, I will, because it's pretty cool.
okay. So like see,
And that would be before the trim.
okay, and see what's going on is his foot is so crammed into such a small capsule that it's making the back of his foot. You were describing that, right?
Yeah, like you
Making
could you
his
could
bulbs
totally
look
see you have
big.
little heels coming out of this gigantic bulb, and it's no wonder
Yeah,
why he's uncomfortable.
yeah.
You
And
could
so you'll
really see
wind up
it with a picture.
here. I'm going to show you a picture, maybe. What did I do with that? I just put a bunch of pictures together to show you it's on my horse. So I'm going to show you here.
Okay.
Let's see. Steve. Okay, this is just an example of, let's see here, new share. Okay, so this is in 2011. Oh, December of 2011. How about that? December 6th of 2011, back when I was doing the barefoot trimming. Look, no heel. Then this is 2018. So 2 years after I started growing heels, and look how similar my foot here is to yours. Can you see it? You got these kind of, except I may have a little more sole in the heel and more heel. Okay. But see how turned in these heels are?
Yes.
But I didn't know that when I was looking at it.
And I don't know if you see in those pictures of the after, but I took my rasp to the inside of that curl.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, and
Okay.
back when my farrier was trimming him a long time ago, he used to cut the curls off the inside, and he said it was to hopefully encourage them to come out.
Oh,
So I've done
really?
that some, but when I
Okay.
came across it with you, then I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna start doing that more aggressively every time I trim. And so I did do that. So if you could, when you look in the pictures of the after, you could see where I kind of filed those curls out of his heels after I cut away all the bar and everything
Oh, okay. Well,
and the
look
frog.
here. Look at the periopal on this foot.
Yeah,
That's
I
all
can see.
periopal, and it covers the whole frog where the frog should be going, or growing a frog stay. It
Uh-huh.
covers the whole, but I didn't know any of this then in 2018. I
I
thought
didn't
we were,
either. I was still
yeah,
just following what you were doing, which was still better than what most people were doing.
yeah, at least I was advancing
Yeah.
out of that stuff slowly.
Hey, I've advanced with you and I keep waiting. I'm like, come on, there's got to be. I knew there was something and I just couldn't see it.
Yeah,
And now all some of this new stuff that you're teaching, I'm like, yes, I knew. I knew you'd come
you
across
were
it.
seeing it.
Yeah, I
It's
keep
like
coming
if it
in
was
like
a snake, it'd bite you,
I
you
know. And
know?
now that I look at, I'm like, how did I miss this? Especially like when I compare his foot to my mare Trinity's, which all this time I was just, I need more frog, I need more heel, and I've been trying, but with his toe growing, it's like he just wears his heel off. And then with her, she just naturally wants these big old wide feet. She's half Arab, and her feet have always been great. And but I look at the pictures between the two and it's like, wow, okay, I can definitely see the difference between, a healthy foot and hers, probably is
Uh-huh.
far from perfect, but
Oh,
you
hold
know,
on a
I
second.
I,
My
I look
husband
at the
wants
two of them
some.
and it's like, wow,
Oh,
I
oh,
finally see it.
hold on a second. Okay. Okay. Had to tell him we had lunch meat. Let's see, because I do the shopping, so I'm the one that knows. Okay. Um, my brain, I need to drink some water today because I'm telling you right now, my brain is not working its finest. Okay, so anyway, yeah, see, you're seeing, why is this? Because patterns of evidence. Those are the words I was looking for. Okay. All of us who have been trimming a long time and dealing with all this stuff, we've seen all this stuff, but not known what we were really looking at, you know. But gradually, slowly, all this has come to light so that we can understand it. So when the heels are overworn or over trimmed, on a horse that has, say, a relatively normal foot, then gradually that hoof capsule size gets reduced and the bulbs here, like this is from November. And this is the first time. I mean, I have so many pictures showing this weirdness. See that little ropey thing? Okay. I have so many pictures with that in so many different forms in the back of that foot. And for a long time, we thought it was the frog stay, but not, because I knew the periopal skin covered the back, but that's also where the frog stay is supposed to be. But come to find out, um, you trim out the heels enough, it strips the frog out from the sulcus of the frog, where the frog stay is supposed to go, and it will fill it with periopal. See this is all periopal filling up the whole area of what should be the frog stay. And look at the periopal here. Okay, see how it grows this way? It'll grow over the whole frog. And what does it do? It replaces the frog and it holds the capsule on the foot, because you have created a situation that is going to pull that capsule off the foot if the periopal didn't do this. So it's just interesting, the different things. And so this was about 2 years after I started growing heel. But I don't think even then, I still didn't realize here that the foot was foot bound. Well, I might have by this time. Okay, but see, just notice the difference in the bulbs, you know, and the width of the foot. Look here, this one compared to this one, and just the difference in the way the bulbs look. You can see why people think they're building up soft tissue, right? Look at how fat that is. If we look at your horse's foot, we go back there. Let's go back there. Just a second here.
Yeah, it's funny. Looks can be deceiving.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
See there? People would look at that and say, wow, look at how they're building up the frog and the soft tissue. Well, you're not. You're just taking that foot and you're compressing it into a smaller container,
Yeah.
so that the bulbs are being squished together and compressed and pushed out the back.
Yeah. And then trying to bring it back by cutting off the toe and just hoof bounding it. I could
Yeah.
totally see it now. I wish I would have taken pictures a long time ago.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I'm like, wow, okay, there's something wrong with this foot. And I knew it, and I almost think that trying to fix him, I over trimmed and created a worse problem. You know
well,
what I
yeah,
mean?
we become serial trimmers.
Yeah.
That's what I call it, because something's not right. So you think you're looking and you're thinking, and well, if I just take this off, or I just move this, or I just do that, and you're just making it worse the whole time, because you feel guilty for one thing, that your horse isn't right, and you feel like you did something wrong. Well, you didn't do anything wrong. You're trimming them exactly like they instruct. See? So let's go back here. Okay, so then this is in 2019, and this is when I thought I had a good foot. I mean, look, okay, these bulbs are actually wrapped way up in the foot, but you can't tell, because look how tight that periopal is and how tight they are together. And so I thought I had a good foot, but I didn't, because when you look at the foot from the side, the cartilages were rounded and bound, and they just weren't right. See, because by then I know they're supposed to be straight. Okay, but this is just from a month ago, and his bulbs are almost, just a minute, almost fully unwrapped here. And this is the first time I've ever seen this here. Okay, here his bulb just goes here, but look at this little funny ropey thing here. Okay, so when you're trimming the heels out and these bulbs are going, the frog's being pushed forward, and the heels are being trimmed out, and everything is curling in this way, and then the frog grows and the periopal grows over it all and disguises it. So it looks like a normal foot when in reality it's not. Okay, and then you get these kind of manifestations here, like that ropey thing and that, and a bunch of a different number of things you can get. So this is the first time I've ever seen this on his foot, and that his bulbs were actually almost, well, at least they're not really pulled in like that. And so now I know that they're going to have to spread apart, And this is going to have to open up, and that whole frog is going to pull back between that and then grow big frog stay. And so, um, what's interesting, I was looking at some pictures I took the other day. Since this time, what has happened, how the heels are widening out, the frog is moving back, and you can see the frog and you can tell the difference between now frog and periopal. So I'm going to get these pictures and show you that. Hold on here just a second. Um, I might have to go find my phone. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Meanwhile, I just got in. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry
It's so
Christmas,
lovely to be here.
Agliki. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So nice to be the night before Christmas all together again.
Okay, so I need to post these pictures. And so while I'm doing that, I'm going to put the picture up of the true foot of the horse. So, well, at least the bottom view. So, just a minute here. Let me go find it. Where are you? Just a second here. So you can be looking at it and thinking about it. If I can find it. Well, Boulder Dash. It was just here. I just seen it. Oh, okay. Here you go. You can look at this while I'm posting these pictures. Okay. Okay. So just kind of study these, especially this foot here. See, that is it pretty
New
much.
share, Linda.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, you are screen sharing. Okay. Okay. So this is what I'm going to see on my horse. I'm going to see these heels widen up, these bulbs come apart, and this frog emerge out the back of the foot. And I'm going to show you how since that last picture I showed you where you can see that little rope in a different way than it's ever been before. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been happening to it the last couple weeks, which is pretty cool. But I got to post it off my phone on my page. So let's see here. Oops. Oh, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, just a second here. Ah. Okay. Man, I hate phones. I have a hard time. I haven't posted enough pictures. Let's see here. You stupid thing. Select multiple. Okay. I got it. Okay, let's see. Next. Host. Okay. Okay, now I go to Facebook and then we'll go back to your horse, Devin. But see, we got to know where we're going, right? So we got to keep going back to what are we trying to develop here? What is the true foot of the horse? And there's another picture. Just a minute here. I'm going to put this one up. Just a second here. Let's see, new share. Okay, here's another. I want us to look at this again. Okay, so these are all wild feet here. All these. Now, this is not a wild foot. This is the counterfeit version. Okay, this is where they have trimmed out the heels, ramped as they call the heels. See that this is how long the heel is on this horse. And it's probably not even the heel buttress at all. It's more like sidewall. And so this is the false version of the true foot. And so this is what a horse would do to his own foot if he wore his heels out. And so what I say here, I said, this is a false version of this foot over here that develops when the horse is in starvation mode and has to travel long distances. They mimic this with the rasp and deform the foot, but they think they're building up the soft tissue because as the capsule gets smaller, the bulbs bulge out the back. So it says this foot is actually bent. See, it's bent in the center because you pull the back and the whole back of the cartilage down. It bends and it crushes the heels up, the internal heel. This is not your heel. This is heel buttress wall of the capsule. This is your heel over here. See this physical thing right here? That's your heel right here. This is the back of the coronary band. This right from under here is where your heel buttress grows, right there. Frog is over here. And you can see why they made the mistake because like on this foot, now this is a foot off of a popular barefoot guru's page, but he don't even know what he's looking at because like us, he had that one dead wild foot of a mare that died in a BLM Bureau of Land Management roundup. The rear foot, that guy chose the rear foot of one dead horse to tell us that every horse ought to have that foot, 30-degree hairline, no heel. And so if we look at these feet here, okay, here's the heel buttress point, but the length of the heel is clear up into here, about 2 inches at least. And then the frog is between the heels back here. Okay, so again, this is a false version of that. In this, the coronary band and everything is pulled down and forced under the foot. Kind of like this one here, except look, this horse has heel. But you see how it can look so similar? You see why it's so easy to get deceived? And so if you didn't know this and you were just, in a situation where you got a chance to take a glance at a wild horse's foot that was tied up, kicking around with two cowboys stretching him out 2 feet one way, 2 feet the other, then you come up here and you see this frog and you see this heel tip, you would think the horse had low to no heel. Okay. If you're used to looking at feet that look similar to, just a minute here. Oh, wrong deal. A second. If you're used to looking at domestic feet that look like, let me show you here, that look more like this. See how there's no frog in between those heels? Okay, so if you're used to looking at them more that look like this, then if you see, let me see here, share. If you see this, you see where the frog is there, you see where the heel is there, and you're not used to seeing anything that looks even close to this, you're going to think this horse doesn't have any heel, that he's got low heels. See, same with this. Look where the frog is. But look, just a minute here. Okay, so this whole area is full up of frog. See? This is up behind. This frog is 2 inches thick. Look here. Look over here. See here? Okay. Okay, here's the frog. Stay clear up high between the bulbs in the back of the foot. Right here. This is frog. Going all the way down here. Okay, here's the periopal. Right here. Where I got this B where it says bulb. That's periopal. And then this is frog right here. In this case, the frog, you see how it looks different, how it's scaly? The frog has attached to the heel, so you don't see the depth of the heel, which is right here, this blue line. From the hairline down to the end of the heel is about 2 inches. Look there. It was nice of him to give us a ruler. Okay. So, but if you just looked at this foot and you didn't understand any of this that was going on, and you just looked at this part here, you're going to see this heel point clear down here, and you're going to think this horse has low heels. See, this is literally the mistake that Jamie Jackson made when he looked at the one foot, the only foot he has a picture of, when he was at the BLM corrals. All right. His book, all he has is pictures of dead horses' feet from another facility. Why is that? There are no pictures of the supposed 1,000 feet that he measured, examined, and photographed. Not a one. Instead, we got pictures of the feet of a horse, a mare that died in a roundup that wore heels out. And then somehow the front foot didn't become the model because it had underrun heels. Somehow the back foot that had 0 heel and a 30-degree hairline became the poster child for, and you got to be our age to know what that means, or the centerfold model for the barefoot movement. And so this image was put in our minds of a foot that looks like this. So this is the image that was put in my brain. And this is what I tried to get on my horse for 10 years. Okay, but that's not the true. That foot was worn out. Now, these are the real feet of wild horses. They have heels. See? Okay, so this horse has a good 2-inch heel right there. There's his heel point. This horse here, 2 inches. This horse here, you can see it, 2 inches. This horse here, same thing, 2 inches. This horse here, we can tell from, it's got a measuring thing, right? From up here, down here, that's how long his heel is. Just a minute. And then this horse here, they think it's the same, but it's only got a nubbin, a nubbin. It's got no heel, it's got a nubbin. And I've seen them do advertisements. People who have had this image put in their brain who have become, teachers, got online classes. Yeah. There was one picture guy posted. This horse was, the hairline was on the ground, and the caption read, "How low can you go?" See, pulling all that anatomy. These horses don't walk on their hairline. And see, now there's so many pictures of wild horses that what those wild horses say does not gel with what Jamie Jackson, he's the only reason you and I are here, by the way, because of the book he wrote in 1992 of his supposed research that he did from 1982 to 86, wild horse research. So he writes a book in 1982 called The Natural Horse. And originally, he didn't write the hoof stuff for people like you and me. He was trying to reach farriers, is who he was trying to reach. And so he made the mistake of looking at this foot here and thinking it had no heel. No heel. Flat as a pancake, he said. Okay? So then he went and he found himself the feet off a mare that died in a roundup that totally wore her heels out, that suited his incorrect conclusion, because it's a lot safer to get the feet off a dead horse than be getting into these corrals when they're roping them. I'm thinking maybe. So how is it the feet off a dead horse with no heels? Everybody's trying to trim that into their horses, and horses are suffering and dying because of it. Got one friend in our group just recently, finally, could not fix this mare. It was just too far gone, and it's all due to the way the horse was trimmed, the way we're taught to trim. See, we get into natural hoof care thinking this is going to be the best. It's natural. It's based on, wild free roaming horses and stuff like that. We get into that because we're women. We're fixers. We want the best for our heart horses, all that stuff. They're part of our family, right? And then due to the mistakes that somebody made that nobody ever checked out. Okay. See, this is what I was learning a long time ago, is that people make mistakes. People draw wrong conclusions. And then just because somebody writes a book and says they did so-and-so doesn't mean that their conclusions were correct. See, so he made a mistake in thinking that this foot here had no heel at all. This foot here, no different than this foot here. This foot here, of course, this horse is dead. All right. So, his bulbs might have shrunk together just a little. This foot here, it's the same as this foot here. Okay. The hairline is clear up here. That hairline is not on the ground. This foot here, his hairline's clear up here, not on the ground. You can definitely see his heel right here, this heel. You can see the heel on this horse. But he was in that corral. I don't know if you've ever been around a horse being roped, but it's a violent affair. Okay? Even if you were to rope a domestic horse and rope them by, first of all, they get ropes around their front feet and their back feet and they stretch them out, and it's a violent affair. Okay? It's not fun to be around stuff like that. And so, he took this picture. That's interesting. He took this picture of one dead or one live foot. That's the only picture I've ever seen out of the so-called 1,000 horse feet that he said he measured, examined, and photographed. Only this one, and it wasn't in the original book. It was in a later book on trimming. And he said, at much peril to my life, I took this photo. Okay. And then he says about this foot, it had no heel at all. He says that in an interview. And next thing we know, the poster hoof, the hoof we're all supposed to trim our horses into, is a foot with absolutely no heel, and it's a rear foot. So he made a mistake when he looked at this foot. I can understand how he made that mistake, because if you look at this foot here, okay, you see that the frog is stuck to the heel all the way down. And then there's just a little nub in here. So if you're in a situation you ain't never been in before, see, I can understand. I've seen horses roped. Like where I grew up in Wyoming, in Saratoga, okay, I've seen them rope horses and gild them right there. No anesthetic, no nothing, like they were calves. Okay, but it's way worse than a calf. So there at BLM, see, they used to rope them like cowboys rope a steer at a rodeo, except they weren't running them out of gate. They'd run one into the corral. They have like 3 ropers there. One would get there, one would rope them around the neck or try and get their front feet and trip them, or however they do it. I don't know how. But anyway, they wind up 2 feet rope behind. You see the rope? See the rope? 2 feet behind and 2 feet in front, and then they stretch him out, and then the vet goes in there and gilds that horse if he's a stud. And I don't know if they branded him then. They may have branded him in a chute, running him through a chute. Okay? But then they give them shots, they mouth them, figure out how old they are, things like that. They process them by doing that. And so this, out of the claimed 1,000 feet, he said he measured, examined, and photographed. This is the only one that ever wound up in, a book. And so he says on an interview on YouTube, these horses have no heel, no heel, no heel. That's what he believed, and he was wrong. Now, anybody can make a mistake, okay? And in my opinion, it's just an opinion. It's not, I can't prove it or nothing else. But in my opinion, I think he just went and got a bunch of dead feet and used them for his research. I don't think he spent that much time really at the Litchfield corrals like he claims. Okay. And I have a lot of reasons and a lot of details to believe that. But irregardless, even if he did spend all that time, what he says he saw, that these horses have no heel, does not gel with the truth of all the thousands of photos now of wild horses on the internet. Okay. Because now there were no photos back then. Now there are thousands, and their feet do not look like, let me find one here, just a minute here. Uh-oh. Let me find this guy. Just a second. Their feet do not look anything like, well, unless it's an old horse or one they're in a drought and they got wore out or something like that. See, just a second. Well, here's an example in the book of what he said the feet are supposed to look like. And this is what, remember I said no heel? Okay, just a minute here. This is what he said all the 1,000 feet that he looked at all looked like this. Well, the one picture he actually took, we know, we just looked at it. It's got at least 2 inches of heel and a big fat frog. See, he has no heel here. Now, he never, now what's he say? Conclusions based on these observations are at the toe angle of the naturally shaped hoof is determined by, oh, whatever BS he said there. But anyway, this is not what, this is a rear foot off a horse. How is it that we are all trying to put this foot on our horse? This is why so many horses have problems, because this is not the foot any horse was ever meant to have. And now you have people doing this number. Okay, they invent these little measuring things so that you can put it up your horse's foot, and then you're going to take the heels down and you're going to get, look, this, you know what that is? That's a 30-degree hairline window. And so this is your hoof measurement tool. Patent pending. Well, you can throw that thing in the trash. And so, yeah, I was shocked when well, I don't know why I would be shocked, right? Okay. So you put this up to the side of your horse's foot to try and force your horse's foot to be like that one dead wild horse that wore its heels out, which is like that. See, this is how it looks in the book. And so this is why our horses are lame. And why they never transition, really, why so many boot companies are there, because this is not the foot the horse was designed to have. He made a big mistake. Okay. That foot, which is in his book, well, this is the natural horse. Let's see here. And here's the thing too. So you see how I got all these lines on here? Okay. Okay, when somebody tells you something and then they show you a drawing, you got to remember they're showing you a drawing. They're not showing you a real foot, right? But when they make a statement and then show you a drawing, they can convince you that this is the horse's foot. This is not the horse's foot. So that's something you need to be aware of, because this is done, just a minute here. This is done in all these anatomy books. They draw pictures rather than show you the real foot. Because if they were to show you the real foot, it doesn't agree with what they've been teaching on anatomy. And that includes farrier science. See, this is where I first started seeing this, that they would draw pictures that don't agree. They had to draw pictures because if they were to show you a real foot, it wouldn't agree with what they're teaching the anatomy is. I've got all kinds of examples of that. Just a minute here. Let me go this way. Okay, so these are all ones that have been caught. None of them have 30-degree hairlines. They ain't been caught that long. See that? That's no 30-degree hairline. This guy, he must have been in a little while. When I talked to BLM, they said that when they first run them in, their feet grow like crazy. So they wait about 6 months and then they have the trimmers come in with the hydraulic chutes that flips them over so they can trim their feet. Okay, look here. Up until 1754, when Philip LaFosse come up with some idea that you should trim the heels out to make the horses walk on the frog. See, it's not just barefoot trimming that's doing it. It was being done long before that. Okay, here's a Greek relief statue. Okay, now they were realists, right? They conquered the world. And look at the feet on their horses. They have heels. In order for a horse not to have heels, pretty much he's either got to wear them down or you got to cut them off. Because in reality, they do have heels. See there? Alexander the Great, I don't know how long it took him to conquer the then known world, but they did it on barefoot horses. And he said the only time they had to stop, look at this horse has a notch. Look at that. Ha ha ha. He said in his journal, the only time they had to stop was to let the horse's feet grow for 2 weeks. And that's something. See, these were on all their temples. Like is it the Parthenon in Athens? Nothing but men and horses surrounding the whole top of the thing.
Linda, and they have toes too.
And they have toe. Yeah. Hey, there we go. Look, people, he's got toe and heel. Do you know that there was probably a time I would have looked at that and thought, man, I need to take that toe back and cut that heel down. See? Because that's what you're taught. That's what you've been taught. So somebody did what do you call that? Etching? Come and see my etchings. Okay, look at the notches. That's so interesting. These are the ancients. You know, they went to war on these horses. Xenophon, who was a Greek general, what was it? Maybe before Alexander the Great. Okay, he said in choosing a war horse, you want to choose a horse where the hairline or the heels, where the foot is high in front and high behind, and the frog is well off the ground. See, these people.
He was Xenophon who told that.
Xenophon.
Yes.
Xenophon.
K and S.
Right?
Yes.
Did I do it right?
Xenophon.
Xenophon.
It almost makes you wonder if, horses had such great feet on their own. If someone tried to come up with an idea to cripple them all just to give the farriers more work. Because
yep.
I know a lot of people that have barefoot trimmed with me, and it didn't take long to realize that trimming the heel out made them tender. So
Yeah.
it wasn't long before I started focusing on maintaining my heels, cleaning out the buttress, but I never did file into the sole of the heel and try to bring it down to the level of my frog. If the sole was built up, I tried to just kind of keep a nice clean sole plane. So
Yeah.
I stopped removing the heel and knew other people that, they know we don't remove the heel. So I haven't really focused on trimming that heel out, just kind of maintaining the rest of the hoof. But it's funny how so many farriers still want to drop those heels, which they slap a shoe on, they put on these wedge pads and shoes, and then the horse can be sound afterwards. And it's no wonder why these people's horses can't go barefoot. It's almost kind
Yeah.
of like with the medical field, like they create problems to charge more money for a temporary fix. I don't know,
Yeah.
just a theory I was thinking.
No. Well, it seems, well, see, I got another theory too, but I can't share it on here. All right. And it's even weirder. Okay, so here I'm gonna share something with you. So in 1977, there was a guy named Leslie Emery that wrote a book called Horseshoeing Theory and Hoof Care. And after 250 years of farriers trimming the heels out of horses, and you can read this in Bracy Clark's book, how horses in his time, their lifespan was about half of what it should be because of their feet. Okay, because of the false doctrine of frog pressure that was introduced in 1754, and then when the vet schools opened, uh, well, the one in France opened, I think, 1759, and then the one in England opened in 1793. They adopted this guy's doctrine, and they were all trimming the heels out of these horses, even though they were crippling them. And so at first they crippled a bunch of horses, and they said, well, you just got to do it slower. And so Bracy Clark found out eventually, even though he was taught the same thing, trim the heels out, force frog pressure, he found out that this was a lie, and he worked his whole life to try and stop it and develop a new way of shoeing and stuff like that. And so, but it just continued on. Now, it didn't really take hold in America and in the West, thank God, because all the wild horses and everything else, cowboys constantly, you can look at the old paintings. They did not shoe all the horses in the old West. Now the army did, you know, um, but these methods on how to shoe would trim the heels out. And so what problems did these horses start having? Oh, navicular. Okay, navicular was a big problem. So in 1977, a guy named Leslie Emery and two other guys, okay, they write a book because they've been researching this and stuff, and they decided that horses should have heels. And so he starts putting heels on horses like what you see here. This is in his book. Okay. And farriers, in fact, his book got so popular that by 11 years later, in 1988, he was invited to a farrier conference in Lexington, Kentucky, to give a talk. Well, now see, now I can go back now and think of farriers that I knew that would leave heel and take toe. Take more toe always than they always left healed, and our horses were always sound. And now I know why. It was because of this guy here in his book that he wrote in 1977. And he also talked in that book about how we needed to study more of the wild horses and stuff like that. And they had looked at some wild horse feet. So, as I said, in 1988, he's invited to speak at a farrier conference because they're finding out that his theories work. Okay? All right, but in between 1977 and 1988, let me tell you a little story. There's a farrier in Arkansas. and he's a young feller, and somebody gives him a book, and it's Leslie Emery's book. And so he starts calling Leslie Emery out there. Leslie lives in California. It's either California, Oregon, right in there, northern. He starts calling him, and they develop a friendship. And so this farrier in Arkansas, he decides he's going to move to California and learn to shoe from Leslie Emery and shoe horses with Leslie Emery. And of course, they're always talking about how, really need to take a better look at these wild horses. I mean, if you look at Leslie Emery's book, he refers to it quite extensively. He also has a whole chapter on on how frog pressure is a false teaching, belief, doctrine, stuff like that. Okay, so at some point, these two men get together and they decide that this farrier from Arkansas should go into Nevada and go. Well, first of all, he took trips to Nevada to look at wild horse feet, but couldn't get close to them. So him and Leslie Emery decide that maybe he could get with BLM and examine the horses at the Litchfield corrals in California. And so the farrier from Arkansas says, yeah, I'll go do that. And so he arranges with BLM to look at these horses while they're roped and strung out, and to measure the feet with a farrier's hoof gauge. Because the thing is, see, the whole thing about Leslie Emery, he's big on having a pretty steep dorsal wall and a good amount of heel, as you see here. And so this other farrier, he goes to Litchfield. And of course, he's never even been around calves being roped, probably. I don't know. I don't know the whole story. All I know is that he was in the corral. He got one or two pictures, and then he was told by Leslie Emery, as soon as you get out of that corral, call me and tell me what you see. So he gets out of the corral. He goes to town. He tells the wranglers there, hey, I'm going to need some sort of different measurement tool and stuff, and then I'll come back. And so he goes to town. He gets on a phone, because back then they didn't have cell phones. And he calls, this is 1984. He calls Leslie Emery, and Leslie Emery asks him, so what are the heels like? He says, they have no heels. And Leslie Emery says, what do you mean they have no heels? Just that. They have no heels. They are as flat as a pancake. Well, what about the dorsal wall angle? See, this is a dorsal wall angle right here. Oh, well, then farrier from Arkansas says, well, from what I can tell, it's steep. And Leslie Emery says, well, how can they have a steep dorsal wall and have no heel? See, because he knows, and I don't know if you know this, but as you grow heel, the dorsal wall should get steeper and back. And he says, well, and so the farrier from Arkansas says, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out, how that happens. Well, that farrier was Jamie Jackson. And after that, he went and got some dead feet off a horse at a different place in Palomino Valley, and the dead horse off that feet, the dead feet off that horse became the feet that became the model that we have been taught to try and trim our horses into. Okay? And he told Leslie Emery, your book's not going to work. Your theory's not going to work. It's wrong. And guess what? He convinced Leslie Emery that that was the truth. And so Leslie Emery's book fell by the wayside. Meanwhile, in 1988, remember I told you. Now, this was it 1984 that Jackson was at the Litchfield Corrals taking pictures of that one horse that he mistook the heels on. That horse had heels. Only look here, the frog was not attached to the heels. So what is he used to looking at? Him and Leslie Emery are best buds. He's used to looking at this as heels. He's not used to that frog being all the way down here. So when he sees that foot, he says, oh, flat as a pancake, has no heel. Meanwhile, he's trying not to get kicked in the head while he's trying to take a picture. So it's kind of just a quick overall look and zoom, get the heck out of there. So what does he do? He writes a book and he asks Leslie if he can borrow his pictures for his book. See, here's the thing. If he never would have went to California and Leslie Emery's book would have kept going and his theories, you and I wouldn't be here today. My pony wouldn't be mechanically foundered from barefoot trimming. Many horses that are having so many problems wouldn't have had any of the problems they had because Leslie Emery's book was right. Horses have heels. And so in 1987, Jackson, in 1992, he published the book, The Natural Horse, Lessons from the Wild for Domestic Horse Care, where he promoted the foot with no heel at all. And then in 1987, 87, he comes out with a book, It's on Trimming for the horse owner. And he borrows this picture out of Leslie Emery's book, and he puts it in his book, and he says this. It says, on this foot here, he says, where is it here? Unnaturally worn, very bulbous heel bulbs caused by shoeing. Those are not bulbous heel bulbs, by the way. That's bulbous heel bulbs. He says heels are excessively and dangerously long too, reports Dr. Strasser. See, him and Dr. Strasser, who is from Germany, who has said her trim can kill a horse, okay, says the frogs and the bulbs should have ground contact and no high heels should protrude to cause level forces. These unnatural forces are causative factors for, anyway, all this stuff, which is a lie. No, they're not. So this guy, he never went anywhere. Instead, this lie went around the world, and it is a lie. Okay, I'm not saying, okay, I'm saying, yeah, it's a lie. This is not true. This foot, there's nothing wrong with this foot except that you should have kept growing heels and eventually they would have widened up and grew in a little more frog. That's all. This is not true. What Leslie Emery wrote is true. And like I said, if Jackson hadn't decided to go out there and befriend Leslie Emery, Leslie Emery's book would have taken off. Now, here's the other part of the story. So, Leslie Emery is invited, again, this book here comes in 1988. 1987, this one here. No, wait. My dates are off here. 87, 90, I think it was 80. Well, anyway, 92. No, this is 97. I'm sorry. Wrong date. This is 97. This was published. So Leslie Emery is invited in 1988 to talk at the Farriers Convention in Lexington, Kentucky. And he says he won't do it unless they invite Jackson too and let him share his research. And so what's interesting about that is that Jackson has two timelines on his research and on the barefoot movement that are on the internet. And the first timeline says 1988, Leslie Emery invited by the American Farriers, blah, blah, to go to Lexington, Kentucky and share his research. Says he won't do it, will only do it contingent upon Jackson being able to come to and share his research. Jackson writes another one later, and he goes, 1988. Leslie Emery and Jamie Jackson equally invited by the American Farriers Convention to come to Lexington, Kentucky and share their research. See, that was not true, by the way. What was true was the first one he said, that Leslie Emery was invited and Leslie said, no, I'm not going to do it unless you let Jackson share his stuff too. Well, I had a friend who's a farrier in Montana, and he was at that convention. And I asked him, and he said, yeah, he was with Gene Ovanek, because see, Gene Ovanek did research too. Same kind of research he claimed to do, and with BLM in Wyoming. Only he really did it. There were pictures and everything. Oh yeah, you're looking bad there, dude. Might have to spray some hydrocortisone on my poor husband who's got the hives. So now I forgot what I was saying. Okay, so can anybody remind me of what I was saying? Anyway, the point is that Gene Ovanek did the same kind of research at a later date. So they're at this Farriers Convention and they hear about Jackson supposedly having done this wild horse research. So they go to his talk. And so I asked my friend, his name's Rich Clark. He lives up there in Montana and he learned to shoe from Gene Ovanek. And I said, well, what did he talk about? And he says, I don't know. It seemed religious. Okay, let me tell you why it seems religious. Because in his books, it's all about nature. Nature, mysterious nature. You can't really understand the foot of the horse because it's a mystery of nature and a nature this and nature that. That's why it's called the natural trim, folks. Now, nature's a wonderful thing, but that's not science. Science is when you do real examinations and you do real dissections and you have you would have, if you took 1,000 pictures of 1,000 feet, you would think that you would show a number of photographs, right? But there is not, in the first book, The Natural Horse, and his second two editions, not one photograph of any of the feet at the Litchfield Corrals that he said he measured, examined, and photographed. The only photograph that ever shows up of any of those feet that he supposedly did in any of his books is this one right. Where is it here? Right here. That one. And that one has 2 inches of heel. And this is the one he told Leslie Emery had no heel at all. Flat as a pancake. And you can see that interview on YouTube on his page. And so because of him drawing a wrong conclusion, now I'm not saying that he's lying about saying horses have no heel. I think he believes horses have no heel. Okay? What I question about him is the fact that he says that he spent 2 years at the Litchfield Corrals with BLM, where he measured, examined, and photographed 1,000 hooves. Where are the pictures? You know, Janet Hare wrote to him and asked him. And he said, he made some excuse about, oh, well, you know, the editor of the magazine, they had the final say. I didn't have nothing to do with that. See, so what I question about him is not that he made a mistake. I can see how I could look at this foot and think it had no heel. What I question is, how come there aren't any pictures of more wild horses' feet if you were over there and you measured, examined, and photographed 1,000 of them? Where's the photographs? They're not in any of your books. This is the only one right here. And this foot here is nothing like that one dead horse's foot that's been carted all over the world in all these clinics. This one here. Just a minute. Share. Okay, what you're seeing here. This is the drawing he made off of this foot here. This foot has been touted all over the internet. It's on every Barefoot Hoof Guru's page that you can think of. This foot right here. This is the foot that he promoted that every horse should have. This is the foot that I tried to put on my own horse for 10 years. And my mare and some other horses. Okay. Now this is what Gene Ovenick saw, and he had a lot of photos of wild horse feet, a lot. But what he saw, see, he never did measure heels, but you can see that this horse actually has some heel. This horse has no heel. And this is what he promoted. So, see, like I say, claims to have measured, examined, and photographed 1,000 horse hooves, no photos. At the time I put this research together, I had not found this other photo here. Just a minute here. Where is it? I had not found this picture here. Okay. So, because this man befriended Leslie Emery and came up with this natural, see, he's the one that started this whole natural hoof care thing. Okay. We wouldn't be here today. You and I, we're here because of him. This man here had a direct impact on our life through the claims that he made. See? And of course, you know, they always put a disclaimer in their book. They're not responsible, you know, if you apply anything and it hurts your horse. Isn't that convenient? So that's the story. And there's lots and lots and lots and lots of little details in this story as well. So what I want to do eventually is put together a finite, detailed story of this whole debacle, along with lots of pictures of wild horse feet that show they have plenty of ample heel, because he said they don't have any heels at all, flat as a pancake. Okay, so anyway, that's the story part of it. But it's not true. Wild horses do have heels. This foot he took a picture of has heels. See, he was mistaken. Horses shouldn't be walking on their frogs, shouldn't be walking on their bulbs with their hairline on the ground. Okay, well, enough of the history lesson of the barefoot movement. Okay, so let's just a second here. Let me see what I
That
can.
was awesome, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, was that okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Thank you for letting
I'd
me
chime
know
in
that.
more, but I'm working, but I'm
Oh,
definitely
no,
listening.
no, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, because it's not easy to tell.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You know
it
why?
makes sense though,
Yeah,
why?
it's not easy to tell because they want you to shut up.
Yeah.
All right.
Hmm.
I've had people been telling me for years to shut up. Oh, don't be dissing other trimmers. This is not dissing a trimmer.
Yeah.
This is telling the truth of the story of what happened.
Well,
You
when
know?
you're told the same thing over and over and over again, it becomes truth. And what you're telling is not matching up with what they've said forever. And they don't want to say, they don't want to admit that they were wrong. But the
Yeah.
horses are telling the truth
The
because their way is crippling them. And some people like you have found what's freeing them from that. And then you're seeing these horses get better from proper trimming. So, you know, the the lie will be revealed, and so will the
yes.
truth in time.
Yes, it will.
And the horses will tell the story. Their feet will tell the story. And
Absolute.
so this is exciting.
Hey, all you have to do is get on these barefoot sites on Facebook to see how these horses are being decimated.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm so glad
Um,
I stayed out of it. I learned tons from you, and then trial and error, and soundness is something I really focused on. So and a lot of the horses I was trimming about, a lot of people where I live did their horses about every 8 weeks, maybe six
yeah.
weeks in the summer. So I wasn't serial trimming them.
Like your own
Um,
horses.
so
You know?
so they managed to I had the same clients for like 10 years, and when I
Yeah.
noticed something wasn't right, I tweaked it. So I learned a lot just from being in the field and working.
Yeah.
But like I said, my gilding, I was never able to fix him. And so
Mm-hmm.
it's brought me back several times, and that's what brought me back now. But just hearing like your 3 week ago post where you talked about how you were on a site and people wanted to come in and bash you and stuff. It's like, and you were lifting up some of your other people that were with you. And I'm like, man, I wish I would have been with you back then, because I've been your biggest fan, or at least one of them,
Oh,
for
thank you.
14 years. So, but anyways, I made it now. Okay, I'll let you talk. I'll
I'm
shut
so
up.
glad, and I am so glad you're here. Yeah, I would have read you this thing. I was going through some old photos and comments and yada yada. See, I try and stay away from them barefoot pages because they're mean as hell. You know, the
Yeah, I think
people.
somewhere at one time I had read where I had posted something of yours on a different site. And of course, it was removed right away. And people
Yeah.
started talking about how that woman was crazy and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And they were talking about you. And I just timed it. I'm like, are you serious? It's like, okay, I'm not even going to sit here and argue with you. Some people are closed minded, and it wasn't worth my time. So I
Yeah.
just moved on and said a prayer for their horse.
Oh, well, good.
Uh,
uh, let's see. Just a second here.
And I would like to add something else in our conversation.
Okay.
Lame horses need shoes. That means that they bring money.
Yeah.
So
And they,
even
or
if,
boots.
of course, even if somebody uh, is living from this work, he's not always open-minded because he needs to get money out of his work.
Yeah. That's
I
true.
mean, under all the discussions we are doing and we are making, there is always money.
Yeah. This is a
I'm
big
sure
money
about,
deal.
yes,
that's true.
and horses bring money.
Yeah.
So hills or no hills, you have to bring money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think,
And the,
that's where the barefoot people, like, I had a lot of horses and shoes where I'd pull them and they would get better just because, their feet were all splayed. They had a lot of jamming in
Yeah.
the cornet band. So they instantly were more comfortable. So I can see where like the barefoot people had a lot of success. But if they were still
Yeah.
trimming out heels and stuff, it wouldn't be long before you would find some lameness in even the barefoot world. And that's definitely where the heels came into play. But you
Yep.
know, some of those people are like, okay, like myself, especially with my mare Trinity, it didn't matter how many times I trimmed her heels out, they just grow right back. And I realized when I first got her, before I trimmed, I'd hit these trail rides and I'd have no problem with her, even though her feet were long. She did great. And then I start trimming her and, you know, trying to lower the heels like I had learned. And that's when it was like, wait, my horse has never been sore. And when I
Yep.
stopped trimming her heels, we were fine. So I'm like, I don't think I'm going to take the heel, especially if there's live sole there. Why would you trim into it? So I try to use the live sole as my guide. And when I
Yeah.
started doing that, I found a lot of my horses being more comfortable. So
Yep.
that's just what I just started doing, you know what I mean? But I'd imagined in the barefoot world, if you take work from a farrier and you remove the shoes, the horse gets better. But over time, trimming them barefoot like that, it eventually starts to go the other way, you know, at the same time. Or even like for me with my one gilding, you know, I
Yeah.
was ignoring the bound frog and the bars and not realizing how curled and distorted the back of the foot was, because with such big bulbs, you know, I'm like, come on, something's got to give. Like, what am I missing? And
Yeah.
so it's very exciting to see that. But yeah, I tell everybody, I'm like, of course, farriers are going to come in and say your horse has weak hoof wall, it has this, it has that, it has to have shoes. I mean, there's a difference between when I started, I was only trimming $30 worth, $30 a horse. I wasn't out there trying to get rich. I mean, I was making good money, but I also was trying to help horses at the same time and help people. And it just like, I
Yeah.
had so many and I was trimming them so quickly, and I could trim a horse back then when I was 26 in like 20 minutes. So, you know, I'd run around all day long trimming horses, making pretty decent money. And towards the end there, I was trimming about 50. And now I do therapeutic cases on the side. So I charge a little bit more for that, but I'm not selling trims anymore. I sell Soundness. And so that's why I hate that I haven't been able to get it on my gilding, but I've been pretty successful on other horses. But yeah, I think that's it. These farriers make them lame, and you know, or whether they meant to or not, you know, it's easy for them to slap on a wedge pad and shoes and charge you $240, $300
Yeah.
for these
It's
shoes.
expensive.
Yeah, and I finally got my sister Tara to let me touch her $50,000 show horse, and I'm not over exaggerating. This mare has been lame with an attitude, and when I watched her move, it was like she had nails on the inside of her feet, the way
Aw.
she would quickly walk. And I'm like, there's no amount of pads or anything you're going to put on her that's going to make her comfortable. But she wouldn't listen to me because she's navicular. So she
Mhm.
had to be in 3-degree wedge pads and all this stuff. Well, it got to the point where her hoof wall was so thin that she would be losing shoes. I mean, she'd be paying over
Yeah.
$300 for radiographs and shoes and throw a shoe a week later. It
Yep.
was getting to the point where she couldn't show. This lady was going to buy her. She was going to sell her because of her attitude. And but then she went lame. So anyways, finally, after she threw a shoe and she didn't know what to do, I'm like, me and Amy at the barn are like, just let me get a hold of this horse. She had so much jamming in her quarters that I removed some of that, and she was like almost instantly comfortable. And I've trimmed her 3 times now, and she got cloud boots with a 3-degree wedge to
Oh,
wear
good.
around the pasture, and renegade boots with the same wedge pad that she rides in. And
Uh-huh.
like her videos, her behavior's gotten better. She's so much calmer. And for navicular horse, she actually has some decent heel on her. Of course, now I really need to evaluate after learning what you've told me, because I'm wondering if, you know, some of that distorted frog and bar might also be going on in her heels.
Yeah.
Even,
Oh, for
'cause,
sure.
yeah, he opened my eyes. I can see more now. I haven't really, my eyes have been blinded to the back part of the foot. As long as there was a frog, it's
Yeah.
looking like it looks good if it doesn't look contracted. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I know. And I found out they can have like my horse had contracted heels, but I did not know it because it didn't look like your normal contracted heels,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Looks can be saving.
Yeah.
Well, I think that here we must underline something else. It's impossible a hoof unless you know the anatomy. And I'm sure that less than 5% of the farriers or of the trimmers really understand the anatomy, because I don't know, I never found, especially here in Greece, Nobody knows what's inside the hoof.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very, very, very big handicap.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know where it grows the hoof from, you cannot have a guide to fix
Yeah.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's true. Your videos are the only ones that really tear into the whole entire hoof. Otherwise, you just have a cut side view, you know, and you can see
Well,
the bone and the hoof caps on everything like cut from the side, but you don't
Mhm.
actually get to see the true anatomy, you know.
yeah,
So
that's a big mistake
Yes,
is
because
that,
everybody is laying on the X-rays.
yeah, or the x-rays, yeah.
yeah, which is same
Only
thing.
the X-rays. And if you have only the bone structure and what you see on the outer part, you cannot deal with it correctly.
Yeah, see exactly how
It's
it's supposed to line up
impossible.
to protect the internal structures like the cartilage and everything. So, yeah, so you've done a great job with all your videos.
Oh, thank you.
You're
Well,
welcome.
one mistake they've made is, like you said, you're learning more about the back of the foot. It's like it doesn't even exist,
I know.
you know?
Yeah.
And like just in this kind of blurry picture, but you even look at this, you can see heels. This is the
Mm-hmm.
inner foot,
Yeah.
you know? And but the biggest problem is they do think they know the anatomy. See?
Yeah.
Because they're teaching a false anatomy, you know? So there's worse than not knowing is knowing, but what you know is
Half,
wrong.
half of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and so many people are like, don't touch the heels, don't touch the frog, you know, because that's
Yeah.
kind of what I've been doing to get that heel and those bulbs. And for a lot of horses, it works good. But if the back of their hoof is already bound, like my horse, it's going to be very hard to fix that problem. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And then if you never touch the back of the hoof and the heels, it might work for a while, but eventually that part of the hoof will distort if you don't,
Yeah.
you know, maintain it. So it
Yep.
makes perfect sense why like my friend in the barn, her horse had issues with a long toe and she was able to back it up from that woman's markups, but she never touched the bar or she never touched the frog. She never touched the heels, and they eventually started curling in. She get that crack down in her frog, and her whole frog, her whole heels are starting to contract. Even though she's not lame, I was like, yet,
Yeah.
you know. So
See, I'll
yeah.
show you a picture, and of course I've showed these plenty, but I'm going to show you a picture here. Just a second here.
And Linda, please, I would like for the future time coming to concentrate on the toe, because everybody now is taking off the toe, just trying to bring the hoof back.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
I think that we, for years, thought about the toe in a wrong way.
Yeah. I believe that too.
Yeah.
You know, I believe that too. Um, because of the image that's put in your head. See, and for me it was okay, so they did this 1/3 any, but you know, this 1/3 2/3 balance deal where uh just a minute, let me put this up here for a second. Share. Okay, so 1/3 2/3 balance thing where let me get an annotate here. So I trimmed like this, a proportional trimming. I did some measurements as well, but proportional trimming because this is what is taught. This is what is taught in natural balance trimming, which natural balance was a system that Gene Ovanek came up with. But it had a flaw, a major flaw. And the flaw was this. I'll show you here in just a second. Let me get the annotate. Okay, so his research Other than the research he did primarily on the toe and length of coffin bones and how long the toe should be and what he measured on wild horses. Okay. His research come up with this theory that there was a natural balance, because natural horse got a wild horse, right? Oops. And it was, let's see, 1/3, 2/3, whereas about 1/3, it's been done in different ways. His actually, so 1/3 in front of the apex of the frog and 2/3 behind. Actually, on his, he didn't count the breakover right here. So in his system of mapping that he did, one major thing about it, and you can go on YouTube and look at it, ELPO mapping system, blah, blah. Okay, he said there is 1/3, 2/3 balance, natural balance to the equine foot. Okay, now other people took his theory and they did it like this. Okay, they did it, let's see here if I can do it. They made it like this. So you had 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Okay, on his, he didn't count the breakover. This is called the breakover in the toe right here. Okay, so the way it was is you would measure from the base or dimple of the frog back here somewhere forward and divide that in half. See? Divide that in half, and then you take that amount and you go forward right to there. There's where your breakover should be. And this is the size your foot should be. Okay? And like I said, other people did it like more like this, divided it into 3/3 somehow like that. But anyway, here's the problem with that. And that is, like on this foot here, they would take down the heels to the base of the frog, which would be right here. I'm going to put it in blue. So this is what I used to do. Take the heels down to the base of the frog back here. They all do that. Okay, or they measure from the hairline to the end of the periopal, which is 1 1/8 inch. And I don't know if you noticed, but in that little tool that guy come up with where you trim your horse into a 30-degree hairline, it's got a measurement part that says 1 1/8. So in his little measurement tool, you would put that on the bulb hairline up here and roll it over. And here's where you take your heel down to here. Well, this is what happens. When at first, let's say here's where the heels are. Okay, let's just look at our third thing that we got here. Okay, got 1, 2, 3, right? The thing about it is, as you trim these heels down and you think you're bringing them back, like, okay, if I trim this foot down here and I took the heel down, it'd bring it back to here, right? Okay, you think you're bringing it back, but what happens is then as the horse tries to stand back up, he pulls this heel you've lowered, he pulls it in and curls the heels in like this. And so what happens is, whereas the distance, let me get a different color. The distance from the apex of the frog to your base might have been like this. Eventually, as these heels curl in, this heel is going to actually move forward. And so this heel that's right here will wind up being here. Okay, but you don't know this has happened. And so the distance between here and here has gotten shorter. Well, then when you divide that in half, see what it starts doing, starts making your toe look longer than it really is. And so then you come in here and you divide that in half again, and you take that measurement, you put it up here, and hey, how'd that happen? Your toe's too long now. In reality, your toe is not too long. Your toe could be the same. Not that it can't shoot forward, because when you lower the heels, it puts all those horn tubules at a lower angle, forcing forward. So then you have to come in and take your toe back so that you will maintain your 1/3, 2/3 balance that you think you're supposed to have. And so what happens is, as you do this, the foot gets smaller and smaller and smaller. You're not only making it smaller because you're trimming the heels out and they're actually moving forward, you're making it smaller because when you keep taking that toe back, because see, this foot can bend in the middle. The internal foot can literally bend in half. As you take the toe back, it starts pushing the coffin bone back. As you take the heels down and back, it starts actually developing false heels, and they actually wind up going forward to where you're making this foot, which may have started out this long, by the time you're said and done, it could wind up being this long here. Okay, and to prove that, just a minute here, because this is just what these feet do. Hold on. Go to my old standard. How to prove this is the truth. Just a minute here.
When you're done with this point, may I go back and address what Angeliki just brought up about bringing the toe back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's an example. Just a minute. Right here. This horse kept making heels kept being brought down to where eventually, see, this shows you kind of, well, this foot's bigger than this one, the same horse, okay? But when I met her, the horse had this foot here because it was being Strasser trimmed, which is the same as Jamie Jackson trimmed, okay? We just saw the picture of that horse's foot where he's claiming Strasser says, because those two, were, kind of married at the hip there for a while on this whole natural trim thing. And so this is how small that foot got. The coffin bone ends right about here. And so this foot is soft cartilage and fat. All this back here, soft cartilage and fat. That's how it can be bound into a smaller hoof capsule. Right there. So that's one aspect of something that goes onto the toe. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. What did you want to share about that?
My point is, as a newbie, so I feel like a lot of you have been doing this for a very long time, so forgive my lack of vocabulary. But to Angelique's point, I feel what is helpful to me is when bringing back the toe, there has to be some place for it to go. So I feel like in this example in picture number one, someone might be trying to bring back the toe, but there's no place for it to go because the heel is so run forward.
Yeah.
Not just about bringing the toe back, it's having to open up to reverse engineer the end of the heel of the hoof in order for the toe to come back. Did that make sense?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And we have been talking about that in the last, year or so, about how before you can get the front of that foot straightened out, you're going to have to get the back released, because otherwise there's nowhere for anything to go. Plus, it's different than that too. It isn't that the toe needs to come back. It's also this deal here. Just a minute. Because I'll show you these pictures.
I apologize for the redundancy. I was very much involved in tax a couple years ago, and then it took a break.
No, it's not redundant. I'm the most redundant person on the face of the earth.
You're wonderful.
Haven't you noticed that?
You have the patience to do this every Tuesday, especially on Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve to everyone, or Christmas for if you're already there. No, this is really, really wonderful and helpful. And thank you
Oh.
for shepherding us.
Oh, good. Thank you. Okay, so let me find this picture, trying to remember where it's at. Let's see. Maybe here. Because, okay, now keep the thought. We're talking about the toe. The toe coming back, how you have to release the back of the foot so the toe has somewhere to go, right?
Correct.
So this is another thing. Now,
But I don't want to derail us from the original images, which I think will prove your points, because those bulbs, I think it's Devin's horse, that were so pronounced.
mhm.
Like, I think that toe wants trying to bring that toe back, but yes, where can that toe go? Because those bulbs are so pronounced, they're so angry.
Yeah,
What did she do now?
yeah. But we needed to go here anyway. No, everything you say is pertinent to what we're talking about here. So, don't worry about that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I just have to find. Okay. Here we go. Because this has to do with it.
And actually on him, if you look at kind of like where the mapping is, he has a short toe. I
Yeah.
didn't really, I mean, I was to the point where like, I don't want his toe back anymore.
Yeah.
But
No
if you
way.
look at the way the hoof is, you could tell that the capsule, even though it's small, is
Mhm.
shifted forward. So, I've got my frogs, I've got what I think are my heels, but trying to get the whole capsule to push back, you know? And
Yeah.
so definitely like, trimming the frog extra to allow that makes sense. It can get all built up in there, but forever it's been, build up the frog, make sure you have the frog, don't touch the heels.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely seeing where the frog and the periopal skin can come up and bound the back of the hoof, even though it looks like you got good cartilage, because
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, from the side, it looks like it's pushed up, towards the back of the hoofs. You're like, okay, it's not completely just on the ground. So definitely trying to get that. So for him, I didn't really want to shorten the toe anymore.
Oh, you wouldn't want to. I mean, he
No.
not at all.
Yeah,
It's,
but that's how you get that first picture, that last one,
Yeah.
the toe, and then now it makes sense that these feet are bounding with all the internal structures jamming into the capsule. Then you get that Chinese hoof binding, or
Exactly,
it
yeah.
pushes that coffin bone forward. So it's not even really the toe that may have caused that in the first place. So it
Yep.
makes perfect sense. Awesome.
Ah, good. So like here, okay, so I thought I had a good foot. All right. I thought I had a good foot because when you would look at the sole, see, now this is me being redundant because I have shared this multitudes of times. Let me see here. If I can find a picture of the sole. Okay. This is the foot in 2019. I mean, to me, this looked good, you know. Um, got nice thick sole in the heels. Okay, but I would look at the cartilage. By then I knew the cartilage is supposed to look like this. See the difference? How much more straight that is and extended? That's how the true cartilage is supposed to be. And I would look at this because when it got wet, it would expand, and when it dried out, it would curl in like that again. So I got to thinking, well, anyway, it led to me figuring out that that periopal between the bulbs is holding the whole foot. And so I started cleaning it out. I don't know if I have a picture of me cleaning it out here, what it kind of looks like. Just a second here. Anyway, right between here, I cleaned that out and I put the foot in a boot and I soaked it. And so let's see here. Okay, so this is how it started. Then I cleaned out all that periopal between the bulbs. 2 days later, it looks like this. And 4 days later, it looks like that. See how the cartilage is expanded? And here, if you look at this foot here, it looks like it has a flare in the toe, kinda. There's a dish, right? But when the back of the foot released, the dish came out. And even straighter here. And the heel stood up as well. So what happens is, see, your inner foot, when all this anatomy gets pushed up into here, it pushes in. You got a coffin bone and a short pastern bone here, navicular bone in there too. But anyway, so it pushes that joint forward. It pushes the toe down and back, but it's forcing the hoof capsule forward. So they're pulling in two different directions. So you release the back of the foot so that anatomy is not pushing up there and pushing that coffin joint forward. And look at how the bump, that bump ain't there from that. That's where your coffin joint is, right here, between the two bones. So when the cartilage and the anatomy that was shoved up in here came out, that bone was able to relax. And see, because that toe, okay, when it rotates on this bone, instead of being like that, it's being pushed back this way. So it was able to relax and come forward. And so you see the dish is out of the dorsal wall now. And then a couple days later, it's even straighter when all the anatomy is released back here. So and plus you got to remember, they've put in our head not just no heels, but no toe. See? And now if you go look at these wild horses, they got toe. Some of them can be super steep and stuff like that, but then you'll see others with a lot of toe, you know. And when their toe gets too long and it brings forth their heels, they'll break out in the quarter, and then the leverage will help them pull their cartilages back. See? So, these images that are put in our head are, I know that you could go on barefoot sites and they would tell you on your horse to take down the heels and take down the toe, take back the toe, even though there's nothing there to take back. You know what? Because people are not seeing right, because they have that one dead
Linda,
wild horse foot put in their head. Yeah.
Linda,
Yeah.
the hoof and the horse tells you everything. You know that I have a very bad hoof condition with Benenitra.
Yeah.
Now we have heels, better heels. Now the whole hoof got volume. It became bigger. The back part of the hoof are almost correct. And
great.
every time that I bevel a little bit the toe after my trim, she's lame for a couple, 3-4 days. So I had to think, because I know that I have a skitty coffin bone, and I was trying to keep the toe correct.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work, does it?
Because she needs this small bit of toe wall longer.
Yeah.
And I was discussing with my friend, Paula, you know her hoofs. She posted a couple of times, and she said, you know, Angeliki, this happened to me also. She had nice hoofs.
Mm-hmm.
more correct than my own. And she said, every time I bevel the toe, I don't like the hoofs anymore. They respond wrongly.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking if the toe is a part that we should look more, and
Yeah.
we should permit to the hoof to expand forward.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
for now, we don't know exactly how forward the toe should be. Because we are not at the level of the wild horses' hoofs.
Yeah. Well,
so maybe
yeah.
trying to correct the whole hoof, we should give more time to the toe to be at the correct position and then try to form what we have in mind. Maybe we should wait for the toe area to develop.
Yeah.
Because it changes.
Yep.
I went from the very, very long, no heels and very long toe to a situation that now it's the opposite. I have higher heels and tried to take the toe back, and it was a mistake. So maybe the toe should be let alone for some time.
Yeah.
For the whole hoof to be established.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. You know, like you can't take a toe back. If you have horn tubules that, like say in your quarters or your toe quarters, which they call pillars, if they're long and grown forward and out of place, if they aren't growing down from the coronary band and growing to the ground in the correct spot, instead they have shot forward, and then you try and take the toe back. Well, the toe can't go back because those horn tubules are in the way.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. You have to wait for it to get established and then to decide.
Yeah, and I think a little bit like as you're straightening up the back of the foot and you're gaining your elevation, okay? Like I showed you last week how I decided I'm just not going to just always take the toe back like I used to.
Exactly.
Now, and so I showed you how on Valor's foot, you could see there's a little lip there that had developed from me working on the back of his foot. But instead of just trimming it out, I just kind of let it grow out, and eventually it just came out. Now that doesn't mean I'm going to let it get 2 feet long, you know.
Of course not.
And like I have another horse I trimmed that I've been trimming for a long time. And he's a Morgan horse, Prince Morgan, I call him, like Pierce Morgan. And so I went out to trim him the other day, and I hadn't been out there for like 3 months. And he doesn't get rode. He's in a big pasture. He can self-trim pretty good. But he also has that problem from having his heels trimmed out for years, where the dorsal wall grows straight down, but then before it gets to the ground, it goes from being vertical to horizontal. And I used to try and correct that all the time and trim it back, and he was always sore after a trim. So I just don't do that anymore. You know, I'll take the horizontal growth back, but I still leave a good amount there, and he is never sore, and he is always sound. And in fact, I got videos of him running around out in the pasture. You know, of course, we're in sod pastures here. But anytime I tried to overcorrect his toe and make it look right. See, it's this thing of you wanting them to look a certain way every time. Now, I'm not saying that some of that look probably wouldn't be correct, but I think it's something that you have to grow and develop. It's not something you're just going to rasp them into. Because every time I've done that in the way long past, they're tender-footed or even sore-footed. So
I think the best idea is to address the toe from the sole
yeah,
view only.
yeah.
Never touch the toe, the wall.
I agree. I'll
I
tell
have
you
a
with
question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
For Linda. This is Sherry. Hi. I don't know
Hi,
if you
Sherry.
remember me, but I'm the horse. I have the horse that didn't have any bars. I don't know.
Okay.
We talked about 3 months ago, and my horse had a nice big hoof, and he you showed me how he had a false heel and that he had some wall that was wrapped up inside of the heel bulb and
Okay.
or curled up in there. And then you you basically said I needed to take a lot of periopal and frog off. And I've done that, and I mapped the hoof, and I can go on and on about how much better he is because
Mm-hmm.
it's amazing.
Well, that's
Um,
awesome. Is this a picture of him there on your well, I see you on a bay horse. Is that
yes,
him?
that's him.
Man, he's a
Yes,
big boy. Is he a warm blood?
he's a Canadian horse.
Okay.
Um, I always take his toe back, and I do it because I feel like when I'm taking the toe back, the wall is too thick. Is
Uh-huh.
that what and I know that when we map it, you talk about taking the toe back to the edge of the, where they have color in the hoof. I think that's what you've said,
Yeah,
right?
the to the white line.
Not to the white line, but I thought it was,
Oh,
there was
Pigmented
the
wall.
the
yeah.
pigments. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that. Okay, when
So
we're
when
talking
you're
about
talking about taking the toe back more, are you talking about height? Are you talking about from the front of the hoof to the, making it shorter? I'm just trying to make sure that I have the same right understanding of taking the toe back.
okay,
Because when you
well,
map it out, don't you make it the whole wall a certain dimension when you're mapping it?
yeah, okay. So there's taking the toe back. See, um, like originally I used to do what was called rocker toes. That's where you would literally from the top, well, not the top, but you had the foot in the stand and the
Yeah, I do the
sole
same thing
view.
because Paige Poss used to be my trimmer.
Amen.
And
Yeah,
so,
okay.
yeah, that's what I've been doing, trimming like that all my, for 6 or 7 years now.
Yeah.
And now my horse has ring bone.
Oh my
And
goodness.
right
Yeah.
now, I don't know if the ring bone was caused by his conformation, genetics, the trimming. I have some theories about how the way he wears when he wears a muzzle in the summer and the way he pushes down and stays in this position for 13 hours a day and then stands in a stall that's actually what caused the ring bone.
Yeah.
Um, but um, but now since I've opened up, taken off as much frog as I can, and there's still more to take off.
Mm-hmm.
His frogs are like trying to cut leather, or not leather, like a tire. That's how hard everything is. It's so freaking hard. I literally wish my knife was serrated because
Yeah.
they make a serrated hoof knife?
Well,
Because
see, you should get a
but
Proxon and use
I
a
have
small.
one, and it's like if you use the Proxon on a tire, it just kind of just gets hot. It doesn't really take enough off.
It seems like
So,
that outer layer gets calcified. If you can get
Yeah.
through it though, the frog gets more
yeah, so
pliable and easier to trim.
I keep, like I've never trimmed the frog before I started following tax,
Mm-hmm.
other than I used to like dig out the apex, but I didn't
Yeah.
trim the rest of it because, I always thought they should have a big, thick frog.
Yeah.
And we've been
know?
told that, don't, have a big frog, don't touch
Yeah.
this, don't touch that. But yeah.
So,
Yeah.
As far as the
because my horse wasn't growing any bars, I thought it was because he had I was literally cutting out the heel buttress to see if
Mhm.
I could form a bar.
Huh.
That's what I
Okay.
was doing to my horse. And that was just an experiment. Of course, it failed, and I've trimmed my horse's heel buttress out forever.
Did it
And
it'll come
fail, or
back.
perhaps maybe your bars had at one point, was this horse ever shod?
no. So,
Okay, because
but now
sometimes they
that
can.
I've removed all this frog and periopal, now
Mhm.
he's growing a heel buttress, and now
Aha.
he's growing bars.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How great
I
is
wonder if
that?
it
It's
grew
amazing how
under.
much. Well, and the thing is this summer when he became lame from the ring bone, I
Mm-hmm.
stopped riding him, and this is my heart horse.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I've had him for 20 years,
Oh.
and he's been my
Aw.
best friend, and he's only 23. Shouldn't be lame at 23. I don't
No.
ride him
No.
No.
in a way that is damaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel your
And
pain.
so anyway, I'm sorry.
But
That's okay.
I
No.
have
And
seen.
No, you're fine.
I
Okay, go ahead and finish.
so I actually where I live, there's a lot of I live in Middleburg, Virginia, so there's a lot of horses everywhere.
Okay.
And they have a lot of therapeutic riding schools for a lot of people that live in Northern Virginia. It's a huge population out here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the therapeutic riding schools are really well run. They get donated really spectacular horses as they age, and they have, a lot of kids go through the program, and it's very successful. It's totally funded off of donations that from all the money that's in this area.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were looking for a horse, and since I couldn't ride my guy anymore in dressage, I thought, well, maybe this is something that he could still feel useful doing.
Mm-hmm.
And but then in the time that it took for me to start the interview process with them where they would actually come out and see him, and I started making all these changes in his feet, and he
Mm-hmm.
started going sound, and now I can ride him again.
That's
I
awesome.
don't want to send him to the therapeutic school because they won't let me trim his feet.
Yeah, no, they'll kill him.
They'll kill him,
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll send him back to me lame.
Yep. Yep. Now
So I've
see, how
decided
great is this? How great is this? That, I mean, what a testimony that you'll be able to do to be able to take this horse and having gone through all this, and he's still got the building blocks there in his feet, even with side bone or ring bone,
ring
uh,
bone.
you know, to be able to feel better, and be sound. And that'll be awesome.
Well, I trim on his feet a couple times of a week,
Mm-hmm.
literally just working on the periopal and the frog, and he grows wall really fast. So he lets me, work and shape his foot the way I want it to.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and he, I was actually a lot of times I'll trim him while I'm listening to the hoof chat.
Okay.
And it just kind of motivates me, and hearing you talk about it and lecturing about the hoof and the parts of the hoof while I'm trimming, it's just amazing. So
That's awesome.
but he's growing heel buttress, and he has this big wedge of heel now. And I know it's mostly false heel,
Mm-hmm.
but his frog and his heel is off the ground, and he's standing up more. The hoof is more upright,
Uh-huh.
and
That's
it's just
great.
amazing.
That's
Yeah, it's just
great.
amazing. But
Well,
my question is, because I still take the toe back,
okay.
because we're talking about taking the toe back.
Mm-hmm.
Um, So I'm just afraid to let that get too long because of the shape of his. I try to go off the shape of the pastern or the angle of the pastern to determine how long the toe should be.
Uh-huh. Well,
Is
see, we don't do anything with that. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong, but we just don't do nothing with that because well there's so much into this whole toe thing. Um Let me show you a picture. Just a minute. See now, if your toe's right to begin with, then you maintain it, you know. But there's something else I've found is that as the heels were expanding, my true apex was moving back and the whole hoof capsule was shifting, and so my toe would become long even though it was correct a couple months before in the same spot, because it's the inner foot that's moving around in there, you know. And so I've had a number of times where I literally did have to take the toe down and back, you know. But in the last 6 7 months I haven't worried about that as much. And I'll show you some, because in certain cases I thought, if the toe, because I noticed on these wild horses sometimes their toes get long and all they do is first break out the quarters, which
right?
straightens up their heels, because that toe creates a leverage that is pulling on the back of the foot. The foot is
Yeah, I mean,
pulling up.
whenever I've gone too long without trimming, he always breaks the quarters off before he breaks the toe.
Aha, see? So I
Mhm.
just started kind of applying that principle. If I can find a picture here, just a second here, of where I I did something I would have never done, you know, which is I hope I can find that stupid picture, where I let the toe kind of get a flare, kind of ish. It wasn't a flare, it's just that the inner foot was all moving back. And so the toe was like the old toe, I guess you would say. If I can find a picture, I suppose I'm not going to be able to find it. Just a minute here. Where are you? Okay, I should run into it here in a minute. Ah, here we go. Okay, just a second here. New share. Okay, so this is foot that he tore half his cartilage off. And so it's healing. So that's why that looks like that. But also uh I'm trying to get all this to stand up. So I'm allowing this to grow. And as you see this nubbin I had on the toe? I didn't just cut it off or cut it back. I just waited. And eventually, this is what happened. Of course, I put this big notch in there too. See, this notch was put in there before, but see how the whole foot stood up?
Hmm.
You know? Um, and because what I'm finding on him is that he's probably going to have more than 2 inch heels. Some of these horses will. You know, they'll,
I definitely think my horse's heels should be like 3 inches
yeah. See,
because
especially,
he's a big horse.
yeah,
Why should he
yeah,
have a 15 hand horse's heels? He needs to have, you know, he's a big, wide horse. He needs big, wide, tall heels.
yeah,
Only to the anatomy, though.
yeah. Well,
Well, this is another thing. This is why I don't really like measurements,
yeah,
because you cannot measure the same way a big horse, a huge horse with a small horse. And if you say, let's have 1 inch and 1/4 of this, to another horse, it doesn't work. saying a general thing about 2.5 inches of
Yeah.
heel is general, and it is the highness. It's the
Yeah.
height. So you can say it, but measuring the whole is irrational.
Yeah, I mean, we can use measurements as a general rule. But if a
Exactly.
horse bigger, a horse smaller, you know, there's going to be some adaptation there. But ultimately, what we're going to do is we're going to understand the anatomy so well that we're going to be able to form,
Yes.
fit, and form our trim to the anatomy of that particular horse. But there are going to be some general rules. Like, I don't care what anybody says, 30-degree hairline is a never. Never. Okay? Bulbs on the ground is a never. It is anatomically never. Okay? That is a distortion. You know, all these things that they've been teaching. Now, this might be too steep for him, whereas this was too low. You see what I'm saying? So he might have some happy medium between there because this is a foot that is in the process of going to that place that I'm trying to go to. You know,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Sometimes you have to lower more, and sometimes you have to let it be bigger or
Yeah.
shorter or
Yeah.
flatter or different.
Yep. Yep. I'll show you I'll show you the most recent here. Just a second here.
And
Oh,
while we're talking about it, Linda,
yeah.
have you noticed like sometimes you have horses, whether they've been barefoot or have been in shoes, sometimes don't get their bars trimmed and they have a tendency to grow out over the sole. I mean, I've seen bars grow all the way out to the sidewall. And if you were just looking at them, you would think it was just all sole, when in fact the bars have grown way out. So sometimes you really have to trim that. And then once you get those bars off the sole, then all of a sudden you have your bars coming in like crazy
Yeah.
because, it's
Sometimes
just
it's
laid
not
over.
just bar, it's like hoof wall from the
sole-
heel.
Yeah. And
It's
sole
just like,
everything.
yeah, it's like the horses have tubules for their sole.
Yeah. Well, and they do.
Yeah.
You know, you have sole tubules.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about they have wall tubules on their sole.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. There was somebody posted recently of a trim on one of the groups, and that was exactly what had happened. I don't usually comment because I don't know if I'm educated or allowed to give my opinion on stuff yet. So I just don't say anything. But to me, it looked like the heel, the bar, and the wall had all grown underneath the hoof, and they basically treated it like it was sole.
Well, and you could say that. You could say, to me, it looks like this is going on.
Okay.
You know? Yeah, feel free to say that. Just never say take the toe back.
No.
or take the heels down.
Right.
And I will
Well,
tell you what
in
I
that
found.
We don't know if that's the right thing to do or not.
Yeah.
And
It's
I'll
like
tell
the
you,
sole got laminated with the hoof wall. It's just very weird looking.
Yeah. Well, and that can happen, So,
and one thing I've found with my gilding and, some other horses, once you get that toe back where it wants to be, you'll have that true live sole and your hoof wall will tend to grow past it. But
yeah.
if you are taking too much toe and you are rasping in the toe, which I don't necessarily want to shorten, my toe down any further, but it'll have a tendency where that sole will bulge up above my heels, which puts him at a negative angle. So I almost have to take some of that off so he's not just sitting on his heels. So I really hate it. It's just kind of like this whole issue with his feet. But anyways, but I've noticed with some horses, if you are rasping into the sole, if it's supposed to be higher than that, because you're taking it down, that sole will come back almost immediately, like it wants to be there. But if you get too much, but if it's long enough and the soles are where they have to be, then the hoof wall will grow past it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe your sole was pushing inwards and it is released. That's why it grows so fast.
Well, that, and I also think when you have, because now that we're studying, the back of the hoof and it all makes sense. If you have all of that frog and, everything spooling in like you've showed and everything jammed in the back of the hoof capsule, then it also forces all of your sole and everything forward. So then you have all this sole in the toe and you start to lose the sole in your heels. You know what I mean? It's almost like it pushes out and then the whole back end crunches in. And it's like, no wonder why there isn't live, high, thick sole in the heel because everything's crushed forward and pushed it to the toe.
Exactly.
As well.
Yeah. And so as you open up these heels, it's going to take time for that sole that hasn't been growing for a long time because it's been covered up. It's going to take time for that sole to start filling in those heel platforms.
Yeah. And I don't know if you get a chance to look at it again, but there's a side view of my horse's foot if you get back to it. You don't have to right
Okay.
now, but you can see where the periopal of the bulbs actually, and it took a picture to be like, oh yeah, duh, of course, when you actually get down and look that close, where you can see where it comes down and wraps around the back of the bulb of the heel. And you could tell where it has just like strangled it and sucked it in. And then you can see, what little wall can still escape out of there is growing and is what his heels are at this, present time. And I'm just like, whoa, it's so eye-opening pictures. And then of course, learning all this extra frog. It's kind of crazy.
Now I have one of your pictures up there, so I want to know which one it is.
Well, it's the same foot. Oh, go back because that's the little baby horse I was telling you last week that was clubbed that I got at 4 months old.
Oh,
There's
okay.
also there's a picture of him at 4 months. That's him at a year, so you can't really see the club.
Okay.
But he had a clubbed foot pretty bad at 4 months, and then
Yeah, you were
at 8 months
talking
and
about
12.
that.
But if you keep going, and it'll show. It's a side view. It might be on the inside. Let me see. There's another. I think it was after he was trimmed. The way I zoomed in, you could really see it. I hope I sent you that one. Right there.
Oh,
Go
back.
If you zoom into the heel bulb, you can see the periopal skin of the heel.
Just a second here. I gotta save it and put it as a picture and then change and zoom over.
Yeah, 'cause it took that picture of me looking at it going, oh my gosh. No
Let's
wonder
see.
why his heels can't grow straight out of there, where that periopal skin is literally strangling the back of the hoof.
Well, and you see the growth ring here?
Yeah.
Okay, you see how that's bent down and it's literally wrapping around in towards the frog.
Yeah.
See? And what it's done is it's bent the foot. Because look at the growth ring, how it goes over like this. See? And so this is not like, okay, it's like for a long time when I was trimming the heels out and stuff like that, it was bending the foot. I would look
It's
at
like
this
wearing a
and think,
sock that's too tight.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I would look at something like this and I would say, well, that's hoof wall jamming. So I would try and relieve the wall right here.
And he kind of broke out right there. He broke out where that white piece is. It broke out. So I just kind of smoothed it out with my rasp so there weren't any rough edges.
Okay.
But the right side, his outer heel is higher. So it always pushes him on that side. So that whole side kind of flares and wants to like jam up,
Okay, well, it's doing that because his foot is bent. His cartilage is, his foot is compressed into a teeny tiny capsule.
Yeah.
And so this coronary band is bent here. And because like when Valor, when I was trimming his heels out and he had a tiny capsule, I thought he had hoof wall jamming here. And so I would try and scoop or relieve the quarter to let it down, but it would never let down because it wasn't hoof wall jamming up. It was literally the capsule was bent. The foot was bent in the capsule.
Yeah.
And look at your periopal, how thick it is. And so if you have a lot of, and this for you too, Sherry, that if you have a lot of hoof binding and periopal grown over your frog, this periopal can get as hard as hoof wall.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
luckily it never rains here much,
Yeah,
but it just
Lamage's is
rained a
like,
whole bunch. And
I've
all of a
actually thought of
sudden,
using a potato peeler on it,
yeah, no kidding.
right?
See, well, I tell
Because
Yeah.
people if you can peel a potato, you can, or an apple, you can trim your frog. That's what you
I
just
promise I'll
have
get
to
it. I'll
do.
get a new one for the kitchen.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't. Well, it might be too dull to do potatoes after that,
Right.
though. But so I want to look at some things here. Just a minute here. Share. We're gonna go over here because I want to look at this now. Now, again, these bulbs are sucked way up in here and you don't realize it because your frog is ending right in here, and this part of the frog should be clear way up behind the hoof.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the process I've been doing. And look at here, look at your bars. Your bars, because all this all this anatomy is bent forward. Okay, your bars are clear, ending clear up here.
Yeah, and they keep coming in like nonstop, and that's it's
Yep.
bars, toe, and heel bulb. But if you, when you have a minute,
Uh-huh.
if you can get to the picture after he's trimmed, because
Okay.
I feel like I feel like I'm paring them out to almost nothing, and then they come right back. But it
Yeah,
makes
and
sense if everything's jammed up in there. It's trying to relieve, but it can't because that frog has just been holding the capsule right where it's at, everything right in place, and won't release it. And so I did take my knife and I cut until I was like, okay, I want to make sure I leave him
go the other way.
some frog. So I'll show you right about there. There might be a
Okay.
bottom view. There you go.
There you go. Now, here's another thing that happens when your heel buttresses are trimmed out. You have no stability in the wall. And so your wall would kind of, melt all over the place like what he's done in the toe.
Yeah, and his
You know?
outer heel is high, so it pushes him onto that toe. So that toe always wants to flare out the way he throws his foot.
Yeah, because see, these aren't your real heels.
Yeah.
This is not your real heel buttress yet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna
There
be
you
great.
go. That's a good view of
Yeah.
afterwards. If you could see where I trimmed
Oh yeah.
his frog and his bars out. Like
Yep.
if you go back one, it really shows the inside of the back at sea. So
Yep.
I dug them out all the way down to where you could see that chalky white line and
Yeah.
pinned them out. Picked all the frog out the best I could, still leave him some. And then I also took my rasp and filed off the corners of the inside of both heels.
Yep. Yeah, you did a good job there and stuff. He's just got a lot of growth that needs to happen in the back of this foot and a lot of unwinding of that foot
Yeah.
and stuff. So good start and
Thank you.
stuff. It'll
But
be
see the
interesting to see where you are a year from now.
Yeah, and see the distortion in the heels where the periopal had grown up about halfway
Mhm.
up the heel. And I cut those down to try to
Yeah.
get them off the back of the heel.
Yeah, now one thing you want to do is absolutely be trying to grow this heel in and keeping these bars way down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then doing a managed release of this, because I'm not so sure that you would want his foot to totally release right now because there's nothing for it to release into. He
Okay.
needs bigger capsule. He needs more capsule wall
Mm-hmm.
to be filled in. Like as you weight this part of the wall, just a minute, let me get it annotated.
And see, that's why I left the toe too, because I'm like, okay, if I leave that, but I don't want it to build up though. Otherwise, he will ski
Yeah.
off his heels. So I kind of got to keep the toe down. But
Yeah.
not
Can
really
I make
try
a
to back it up.
suggestion?
Yeah.
I would just like the last 1/3 of the heel wall, don't touch that at all. Just let it
don't-
get
I don't
overgrown,
touch-
even though it doesn't have, yeah, let that, even though it won't have any buttress in it, just keep don't even touch the back of it.
I don't, and I try not to. And see, now his outside's higher. So sometimes I'll try to level that a little bit because his inside will literally crush and crumble to nothing. There's like no
Mhm.
hoof wall there. So it's, I don't have to touch his heels. He does a good enough job
He's wearing it
Yeah.
off.
wearing them off. And I did just have him in wedge shoes just to give it a try, but it didn't
Mhm.
make him any more comfortable. And it was 300 and some dollars. And I'm just like, and then when I
Yeah.
pulled them off, the balance was really bad. The hoof just looked awful. And I'm like, I think I'll be causing a problem. So just keeping that toe down keeps him off the heel. And it did seem to kind of help push some of it back because I noticed I have more sole in my heel buttress where or where the heel buttress kind of looks like it's at right now, because before his sole plane, if I was to file it down where you could see the sole plane, would end at about the widest part of the hoof, and then there would be like no sole behind that. So, and now it's starting to come back. So I think having him upright in a shoe helped a little bit, but yeah, just keeping that toe down, and I try not to touch those heels. So yeah.
Yeah,
But
this
that's what I was gonna ask. Should I still like try to take that outside down a little bit so it's balanced, or just leave that
no.
side too?
Nope. Nope. I would just let it grow, let it grow, let it grow.
Okay,
That's my holiday advice.
okay,
Get it?
yeah.
Let it grow, let it grow, let it grow. I need to make a song.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
good song.
So I would not over worry about your toe either.
Okay.
Okay.
But you
What
think
I
I should
see
still
here,
keep it down though, right? As far as, because he'll want to build up sole and it'll just push him back on his heel.
well, I don't know. I don't know.
Seeing that this has been my problem. It's like, there's not a lot of hoof to work with.
I don't know. It might be good if his toe did get a little bit longer there. If you just see what I did when I finally gave up barefoot trimming, I just let Valor, I didn't even hardly trim him for a year. I'm not saying you should do that. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is it actually wound up being the best thing I did for him. And then when I came back, see, if you were to let this grow out, you would see how really truly distorted it is. That's what I learned from Valor was that I've got a picture of that here somewhere that
Okay, because
shows what his foot grew into when I let it grow. Just a minute here. What am I doing? Oh, there we go.
Is this a young horse? Yes, it is. Huh?
No, how old is your horse?
he's 18 and
He's
he's
18.
he's had
Yeah.
this going on since he was 2.5. I got him when he was 4. And I just think it's gotten worse over time. I think a lot of it's too is, me trying to correct a problem and maybe over trimming made it worse,
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
will
We've
tell you
all
though, if
been there.
I will tell you though, if I leave him after about 2 weeks of trimming him, when that toe gets high like that, he could barely move. So I trim that toe down and then he can move
Okay.
better. So that's
Whatever.
another thing. If I
Yeah.
leave it, he's almost crippled if his toe gets built up like that. And
Okay.
I
Well,
don't know.
then so then that's what you're going to have to do.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
know,
Right.
I don't think we can always say absolutely do this, that, or the other when you're dealing with these distortions.
Yeah.
There's still stuff about certain distortions that we don't know, you know. Um, so let's see here. So look here. Okay. So this is 2014 when I gave up barefoot trimming. Gave up trimming, period. And so I went for a year and stuff because when I trimmed his foot like this and then I went to move him, he leaned way back and then he
Yep.
put his foot way over. And I was like, and that was it for me. I
Yeah.
kept seeing that wild horse quality foot was not just around the next trim.
And that's how
And
JD moves too,
okay,
And like
yeah,
I said, he'll put his toe down and his foot will shake like he's trying to
yeah,
prevent from going down on that heel. But
yeah,
I did
because
tell you though, we just had a week of rain and we've had a drought in Alabama, and we just
uh-huh.
had a week of rain And all of a sudden, I wish I had before pictures, like his bulbs and frog after I trimmed them, and then we had all this wet weather, and I'm just like, holy moly, these are the biggest frogs I've ever seen on him. Like they just all of a sudden came out.
Everything expanded because it had been contracted into that little foot. So
Yeah.
this is the thing I'm saying. You got to be careful of that
Okay.
because he has got nothing to expand into.
Okay.
See, so
Mhm.
so see, you see how small my horse's foot was here.
Yeah.
See there? I let it grow for a year, and all I did was I go out and knock stuff off. I never took pictures. And then a year later, I took pictures, and I had this monster. I mean, we're used to looking at this, and by all accounts, that horse should be sound because look at that tidy little foot with the Mustang roll, right?
Yeah.
All right, but no sound, not at all. Okay, so let him go for a year, and he was, for all intents, sound, but look how his foot looked. See, shouldn't have been, but it was. But
Yeah.
but what you see here is the reality of what you have here. Except because this is why they got to keep them trimmed, keep them trimmed, keep them trimmed,
Mhm.
because they grow into that. See, you really do have underrun heels here, even though you're keeping them trimmed out,
Yeah.
and stuff. And of course, let the toe go at all, and it's going to turn into that because these heels are going to push it forward. And so I come back to this, and then I had to figure out a way to, how do I get those heels back and the toe? And I mean, of course, everything worked out. In the end, I found out in January, 7 months later, we've been trimming the heel buttress out. But see
Yeah.
how his heel grew? You
Mhm.
know, um, he was much happier like this than he ever was like that.
Yeah.
You know. So, but
Okay.
there's things we don't know, but yeah, see, I can't always tell you absolutely do this, let the toe grow, let the toe trim it back, trim it this. But notice that even on this foot, the growth rings are symmetrical.
Mhm.
See? And you have a problem of this growth ring here goes way up like that and a very crooked toe.
Mhm.
And so what's going on with him is he's this horse with the big foot that's trapped in a little tiny capsule,
Yeah.
you know. And so you're going to let his foot, you're going to have to let that foot grow and expand. You don't want to trim off any more periopal till he grows some more hoof capsule in.
So you don't even think that periopal that's kind of encasing the back of the hoof, removing that will help like more of the true heel back there grow in? Because it seems like it's smashing it forward. His hoof
Well,
wall is just so thin that it's like even if I never touch it, he just doesn't seem to grow heel.
yeah,
And
because
that's
it's
been the
not
hardest
heel.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's sidewall. It's
So
thin sidewall.
yeah.
So false heel. So all I can tell you is that if it gets wet and his foot releases too fast, then he's released into nothing.
Okay.
You kind of understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
Um, I had some pictures. I'm
Do
trying
you
to
think I
remember.
still should be trimming the bars though in the frog?
Yes.
Okay. And still relieving that part?
Yes.
Okay.
Um, See that periopal band holds their foot together when their foot is compromised.
Okay.
So you have to be careful how much of that you're going to trim off.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let me find this deal. Was it internal foot? HI. Okay, so I'll show you what happens. Let's see. Share. Okay, so this guy in Israel sent me this. So you see where they've trimmed the heels out of this horse, right? And they've pulled all that foot down into a little tiny capsule, and then it rained. See? It rained, and look how the foot wants to bust out of the periopal and out of the capsule.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Wow.
See? So That's why if you're going to restore this foot, you'd have to start growing heel. And as you weight the heel, the growth, as the growth is coming in, then it will add into the capsule here.
Okay.
See, because this is under pressure, it wants to raise back up. So since that hoop wall is growing from here, it will allow this to raise up and it will keep the growth in the capsule. Do you understand kind of what I'm saying there?
Yeah.
Um, so we trimmed it out from down here, but it adds into the capsule and makes it bigger from up here. See, if this hadn't come undone here and the foot erupted out, then the wall it still would have raised like this, but the growth would have stayed here as the coronary band raised up. And that would add wall into the capsule and make it bigger so that the foot has a place, something to release into. See, so you're releasing the foot, but you're releasing it through growth that is staying in the capsule at the top. Who would ever thought? you know, who would ever thought? Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, so
It's
Well,
almost like they have to have a heel buttress in order for you to safely remove the periopal.
yeah. Yeah, see his heel buttress, the heel buttress in this horse is already totally trimmed out.
Yeah.
Look how his bulbs are he's actually got contracted feet, but his heels would look wide. They'd be over here and over there, but look at the bulbs, how they're smashed together. See, and there's supposed to be room between there. In fact, the frog, these bulbs are supposed to be clear over here, but they're
smashed on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah.
In this situation, the funny thing is that if he grows again, a new hoof will be perfect. But how can you do it?
Yeah. Well, and actually he'll start growing hoof wall from here, you know.
Yes, you see,
Yeah, just like
we had a mare that she lost all 4 capsules.
oh wow.
And yes, totally.
Oh
And
wow.
she was well, the old man that had this mare kept her, and he was doing a very, very big work to turn her around and never to let her stand up. He was feeding her, and after 4 5 months she began to grow a new hoof.
Wow.
And after almost a year, she was sound as a fish.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
And
But
so
I didn't know then to make photos
yeah.
or to do something. We missed this case.
Well, I got a picture here somewhere of a horse that lost 2 hoof capsules because they trimmed the heels out and put shoes on it and then run it down a road and it just ran out of the hoof capsules.
Ah, great.
Horses standing there and they got the hoof capsules in their newly shod feet in their hand. Because it's
Great.
just a shoe.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's just a shoe. That's all it is. It's just a shell and it's temporary. And whatever you trim it into, it's going to pull that foot into that form and shape. And it can only reduce and compress it so much, depending on how strong this periopal skin is. This periopal skin can thicken up and work hard to bind that whole foot in. So, but some horses, it just don't hold, especially if it gets wet. But that is also why we use moisture to work for us to help the foot expand at the same time. So, okay, so let me show you my horse's current photos. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, just a second here. Where are we at? Okay, share. Okay. So this is where we're at now. I'm very satisfied and pleased with the look of the cartilage. Look at how much the cartilage extends behind his foot. I can't enlarge these ones, but I want to enlarge this one. Wait a minute. Maybe I did it already. I did right here. So I want to show you something. Understanding what things should be like the bulbs. Okay. Okay, like Devin, when we're looking at your horse and now he's got them big fat bulbs, right? That we were looking at. Are you still here? Oh, she's at work.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Well, see, they're not supposed to have big fat bulbs. I'll show you just a minute. Okay, new share. Okay, so you see this, the bulb is not that much wider than what you see the periopal band around the top of the foot. See, that's all the wider these bulbs, the bulb and the bulb skin and the periopal skin is really supposed to be. Instead, you should have 2 inches of heel. See? And
Yeah, and I'm seeing that now as I've been studying your new stuff. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, it definitely makes sense.
And
So-
then when you finally allow the frog to grow in, after the frog corium and everything is in place, otherwise it binds it all under the foot if you allow a thick frog to get in there. Okay, so this foot is going to pull this whole frog that's under here up, clear up here and stuff. So then the frog will go down and attach to the heel. And you won't even know, and it can attach clear down here, and you have 2-inch thick frog, and you could look at the bottom of the foot and think you had low heels because you don't understand the whole configuration of this. So, okay, so let me go back this way.
And when you have time, if you have time, just for
Mhm.
fun, if you can scroll quick to the pictures I sent you, and there's a picture of my mare Trinity's foot, just the bottom quick,
Okay,
where I believe she's got good feet. That is what I strive for on all of my horses. That is
okay,
what I've been trying to give to JD.
okay.
And so, and then look at that and tell me, if I should even, because I do feel like now with this new knowledge, even tweaking, I will be tweaking what I
Yeah.
apply with, my clients even more now. Definitely, I have a better eye for things. But if you're going to look at her, like that is the
Okay.
pretty much, she's been like one of my ultimate models of like, yeah, she's got perfect feet. I
Okay,
need to try
we'll
to
do
strive
that.
for this. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that. And see, you talk about tweaking. Well, I've been tweaking, like it just dawned on me in the last couple months that, oh, this thing about a central sulcus is just a distortion.
Yeah. This is
You
the
know?
best tweaking I've ever done.
Hey, oh, that's awesome. That's what we're all doing, see?
Yes.
Okay, so anyway, I take a bunch of different views of this foot trying to figure out what's the real one. But I'm really happy with the cartilage and what I'm seeing going on in the heels, how they're standing up. And so what I'm going to do here, because let me see if I got this other picture here, because I want to remind you of something here. Let's see here, share. Okay, this one here. Now, this is back in November, and this is the first time, and it'd been raining for a week. Okay, so everything had moved, and this is the first time I see the real periopal, how it is. Now, the periopal as skin covers this whole area here, which is your bulb, but this part here is not supposed to cover it or grow down it or anything like that. Instead, now this is what's got to happen, because you've seen those other pictures of the true foot of the horse, a big fat frog coming out between the bulbs in the back, right? Okay, so now what you see here is how this periopal truly is, like this. And so this bulb will stretch over this way and that one over that way, and this whole frog is going to come back between this right here. Before I showed you pictures where it's just this periopal grown over the frog, holding on to the frog as the frog went this way to hold the foot together, keep the capsule on the foot. So now, a couple weeks later, got this interesting stuff going on. Let's see here.
Linda,
Yeah.
this material seems to be different from the periopal we know.
Well,
it's the whiter.
yeah, right here,
Yes.
right there. It's
Yeah.
still periopal, but it has a job to do. Okay, like the bulbs are going to spread out and you're still going to see it. It's going to go, over like this. It's attached to the back of that frog as well. Just like
Yes.
this periopal covers the back of that frog. And so,
But seems to be different material element. How can I say?
yeah, it could be, but I still think it's just periopal. It's just
It seems to
got
be
a different
harder.
function.
It seems to be harder and more robust.
Well, this I know, that as that frog gets pushed forward, this whole thing keeps a hold of it and grows over the whole frog, holding it together. This part of
Almost
the
like it's
periopal.
calcifying to stabilize the back of the foot. Like that foot looks more like it's already stabilized, so
Yeah.
it can have a healthy, more true periopal.
Yeah.
Not a calcified periopal trying to like with my horse, the back of his heels are not right. So it's almost like that periopan frog has just tried to grow and calcify to try to stabilize that, where that periopal almost looks like it would be more soft and pliable and flexible for the back of a hoof that is fully functional.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And here I need to show you a picture of what it does when the heels get too long and it's pulling the capsule forward, or when you're trimming the heels out, it does a similar thing. Because when you trim the heels out, it has a similar effect to the foot as when the capsule gets too long. It's pulling the capsule off the foot is what it's doing. And so it does this. I'll show you here. Let's see. Okay, it does this here. Just a minute. New share. Come on. Okay, so this is Chester, our wild horse mascot. Okay, and this is what that same little piece of periopal we just looked out on my horse that's white that went right here. This is what it does when the capsule's getting too long and pulling the capsule off the foot. That periopal, that little rope thing starts to stitch itself together like this. And it's attaching to the frog. It's attached to the frog and it's stitching itself together. You see how the bulb skin is stretching as well? Okay. And what it does is it stitches itself together and it bonds to the frog so that it is holding the capsule on the foot and keeping the capsule from being pulled off. That's what that does. Now, I trimmed all that out and of course trimmed the foot down so that then 5 weeks later, it looks like this. Now look at the difference in the bulb skin. How, he was long. He was really long. Let me see if I can find a picture of how long there we go. He'd been for a while without a trim. Okay, very long heel, very long toe. It was pulling his hoof capsule off. And look at the bulb skin, how thick it is and wide here. See, it's only supposed to be about that wide right there. Instead, so the bulb skin itself gets thicker because of the pressure being exerted pulling the hoof capsule off. And so when you trim the heels out, what happens? You're forcing this down, and so this pulls up, and so the back of the foot is actually pulling up out of the hoof capsule. And so it does the same basic thing. The periopal thickens up, and then it sews itself together over the frog to hold the foot in the capsule. Because this is what the periopal skin does. It is attached and part of the leg here. It holds the capsule to the leg, to the height on the leg, and to the leg. So he's trimmed here, and then and so this is how I trimmed it. See, trimmed all that out like that, and then 5 weeks later, this is what it looks like. Now look at the difference in the periopal back here. Okay, you see how you don't have that big bulb and how the capsule grew back onto the foot? But this is how we trimmed him, how I trimmed him when he was so long and he had all that periopal stitching himself together back here to hold the capsule on. See that right there? Now he had his frog did come up behind his foot. Now let's see here. Okay, so this is how I left him. Look at the bulb skin. See how wide it is? And I trimmed all that out. And then in 5 weeks, his foot slipped back into the capsule because it added more wall and everything went back to where it should be. So it went from this, see now? See, when you look at these horses, not every time, you're not going to see it every time, but a lot of times, you will notice that this periopal gets wider right in here. It shouldn't. Look how it is over here. It's the same distance from here to here all the way until you get right here, and then this part just gets a little wider to cover that area more. But you see the difference? How this is nice, this is a big fat bulb, because what's happening is his capsule got long, and so the foot was pulling up out the back. And it's the same, similar if you trim the heel down. Why is that? Because this foot was meant to be, this cartilage was meant to be up here, period. So whether the foot gets long and the horse is walking out of it because of the little big long toe and heel, so the capsule's collapsing forward and the foot's pulling up like this, so it stretches that periopal skin grows and stretches to try and hold the capsule on the foot, or whether you've been programmed into thinking you got to have a 30-degree hairline, you're going to take your heels clear down to here, and you're forcing these cartilages down. Well, they still want to be up here, so that foot's going to pull up there anyway, and you're going to see this bulb skin get wider and wider because the bulb skin takes the place of the heel that you're trimming out as the foot pulls itself back up. So Anyways, let's see what else I got here.
Linda, when
Yeah.
you dissect a hoof, how the periopal is on the inner side? Is it the same way the wall is with the curtains?
Well, I'll show you a picture here if I can find it.
I'm sorry, but I have so many questions
No, that's
after all.
okay. Me too. Me too. See, and we got to just keep going back and forth because it's all about, oh, here it is. Because it's all about putting it together, putting the whole thing, together and understanding it. So let me see here.
I had never the opportunity of having a hoof on my hands from the inside to see it. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
very
wish you could do that. But see, here's the thing. Even if you had one, you might not necessarily know everything that was going on. All this is such a big combination of so many freaking things. There are dissections that I did. I had no idea what was really going on there. And then years later, I'll look at pictures and go, oh, that's what was going on there. It's been
Yes,
this
of course.
gradual enlightenment type of thing, trying to understand. And so this thing you asked about the periopal, here's something.
Because you start from the beginning. I remember everything.
Yeah, trying to understand, So here is a foot and I skinned it. Like this is the regular skin on the leg that grows
Yes,
the
I've
hair.
seen these photos.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, this is the periopal corium. This grows that periopal skin and it goes around the whole foot. Okay, then here's your coronary band. Okay, now I think this is another type of corium right here.
Yeah.
I think this is the corium. I think this is the corium that grows the lamina.
Yes.
This grows the hoof wall, but this grows the lamina on the hoof wall. And then you have the lamina on the foot right here.
Yes, correct.
And then, looky here. So then, the hoof wall
you
grows
see
down to here.
how thin is the periopal root, let's say.
What did you say?
You see up the periopal, the skin, how thin it is, how short it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and it just grows over the outside.
Yes, and
Yeah,
it's uniform.
Yeah. And then this here, this is what injects the bio glue that makes the yellow line.
The white line, yes, the white line on the yellow.
And
yes,
then here's your sole.
Yes.
Here's your sole. But let's see here. So as far as in the back, let's see. Let's look at this picture here. Just a second here. What it looks like in back there, like we were just looking at. Okay. So here you can see the periopal corium right there that grows this right here.
Yes.
And so look, you can see it right here. Now this half is skinned. I removed the skin on this, but the skin is left here. Well, oh yeah, because I just showed you that, right? The skin I removed. Okay, so, but look right here. See, there's your periopal going up here.
Exactly.
Over this area.
Wow, it's so nice to see it.
Isn't it great?
Yes, it's great.
And stuff. And if you look at this foot, this was a really good foot. It was a rear foot, and this horse was totally rotated and foundered in front. from trimming the heels out, you know. But his back feet her back feet were really good. This was a rear foot and stuff. But here on this, her heels were a little low. They should have been a little longer, and then that periopal would have connected right here. But look at the periopal skin. You can see the frog in here. Okay, but look at the periopal skin. That's the only place that periopal skin is supposed to be. It is not supposed to be growing way down here and covering the frog or nothing else. It's not supposed to be any wider than that. See, what
Wow.
happens is that's all the wider that periopal band is supposed to be. But when you trim the heels out and the foot tries to come back up where it's supposed to, or the heels get long and go forward, then it stretch and get shorter or whatever, then it can stretch, and that's where you get those big bulbs. It's a distortion.
And think that it stretches to the end of the frog sometime.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
it's an amazing, it really does its job well to try and hold the foot together.
All this little small line, the thin line, can arrive to the end of the frog.
Yeah. Yeah, and see, here's your bulb. Here's a bulb right here. This gets pulled clear into there. And this can like this horse, he had a nice frog stay. He had real frog. But this can, as the heels are trimmed out, this can go in here and cover up the whole sulcus of the frog and become a false frog stay. So, okay, so I want to show you the rest of my...
This picture is very important because we can understand how the heels can roll into the...
Yeah, well, and see, and look here, might as well look at some of this here. Okay, this is the same foot. Let's see. This is the same
how
foot.
They turn into this small space.
Yeah, okay, so look at the cartilage here. Now, this is your heel. Here's your coffin bone ends here. This is where your heel is, right here. Your heels are cartilage. Okay, so this is the full extension of the cartilage. Coffin bone ends here, and then there's some material here in your heel and digital cushion on the inside. And so the length of your foot would be like from here to here. And so as you trim the heels out, see, because of the shape, look at the shape. It's rounded. It's rounded. And so naturally, the direction it goes is like this. This is what happens to your heels. They literally get curled in like that.
These 3 photos you posted, I posted to my page always, and I say, look what happens.
Yeah. And see there, or like that. Like here, I kind of have it pulled down. You'll see, sometimes you'll see it and the cartilage is pulled down, right? Okay, other times you'll see it and it will just wrap around that way.
Yes.
Like that.
That's amazing. These 3 photos are amazing.
So really helps us understand what's going on with our horse's foot. And of course, you got to remember when you're looking at a foot like this, that as soon as you take because people wrongly interpret stuff. Like they could look at this foot and go, oh yeah, see there, 30-degree hairline, right? Well, what they don't understand is that when you take the hoof capsule off, because the whole back of this foot is soft tissue, as the only thing that helps it maintain its true position and height and form is a correctly fitted, grown hoof capsule, because it's all cartilage and fat covered with skin. And so the second you take that hoof capsule off, usually it just falls. It just goes like that. Not every time, but this is a rear foot too. So in rear foot, also, you may not have as much of heel depth here as a front foot. So when it has the capsule on, this is supported up in the air here. So let's see here. Okay, and here to remind us how false heels are made. Okay, this horse had a foot just like Chester, the one I was just showing you, where his periopal had sewn itself together because his foot got long, but then he corrected. And so he had a foot in. Oh, this is the wrong deal. Never mind. Let me go back this way. Okay, so this is heels got totally trimmed out. 2 days later, he made heel out of this sidewall. 3 or 4 days later, he's got even more heel, but notice as he did so, the change in the shape of the cartilage. Look at the shape of the pastern, how it changed. See, this horse lifted himself up to save his tendons and whatever else was going on there. You know, so you might be able to see here too, Sherry, how a horse with low heels might develop ring bone in here. See,
Oh,
because
for sure.
you know, if his pastern was too straight and too much pressure on that, you know, that could happen. So, okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go
Luckily,
back.
his heels were never that flat.
Oh, thank God. Well,
Yeah.
see, we were having a hoof chat, and so I can't
That
remember
looks like a camel's foot.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, anyway, I don't remember who it was that trimmed this horse. Not super great gal. I don't remember. Somebody may remember who it was. Maybe if she's still around, she'll tell me to. Anyway, she misunderstood and she totally trimmed the heels out of her friend's horse. That was the bad word. This is her friend's horse, you know. And so, and this is a wild horse. And he's got, oh, well, look here. Just a minute here. Ew. He's got a foot just like this horse. And she totally trimmed the heel out of him. He's a wild horse. It's same, just different color. And so, let me see. Now I suppose I lost the page. We'll go back here. And so we were doing hoof evaluations and she showed me this picture and I just freaked out. And I explained to her how she misunderstood, must have misunderstood something because we don't trim the heels like that, you know. And so I was really afraid this horse going to blow a tendon or something. And so I said, would you please take pictures for the next several days? And so she did. And this is how we learned, like we knew they were making false heels, but we didn't know how until this, you know. And so it was through these pictures, just like 4 days apart, where we learned how they make false heels. And the understanding came that this cartilage wants to be up here. Everything in this leg is wanting this cartilage to be up here. And so all this is a shell. It's easily movable, really. And so the cartilage is going to pull back up anyway. And as it does, it pulls this sidewall in behind and around underneath it. See? So these hoof capsules, they're just a shell. And by here, look at the change in the angle of the pastern, how that horse made heel for himself. Now, it's not the true heel, but his body up here and everything, his tendons and everything else, is going to do much better now that he's got some elevation to the back of his foot. Okay. So, and that's why we have these marathon hoof chats. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't have learned, I wouldn't have learned without y'all any of this stuff. Well, I might have learned some, but not to the degree as when we are all sharing different things together. I don't know if I'd have ever understood that without her coming and her having made that mistake. And in fact, a lot of times it's mistakes and accidents that you learn the most from, unfortunately. Okay, so I'm gonna show you my horse's feet, and then Devin, we'll go look at that picture you wanted to look at, okay?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So I wanted to show you something here. So remember the picture where I show you that the bulbs, like I've never seen them before, and on this horse, which was a month ago, okay, where it'd been raining, and his periopal skin's pink. Never seen it that color before. It's always been like white or something, you know. And so that color was totally different than anything I'd ever seen on him. And I think the reason is because this is becoming anatomically correct. And so there is no stress. The periopal is working correctly and growing correctly, things like that. And so this little deal here. Now remember, these bulbs have to spread apart, and that whole frog has to come back up between the bulbs and be supporting the back of the foot, and you're going to have a big old huge frog stay in here. So, okay, so let me go back. Share. Okay, so this is just a few days ago. Okay, we'll kind of go through some here. Now, here's what I want to do here. Eventually here, I want to show you what this is looking like here, because you're going to see how it's different. It has never looked like this, like ever. Okay, we're going to look at this here. Save image. Okay, you're supposed to open up as soon as you do that stupid thing. Okay, so I'm going to flip this around. Well, before I flip it around, I want to show you something here. Okay, remember that white rope that just goes like this? Now, this is interesting because what I'm seeing, here's the white rope. You can see a little bit of it, okay? But you know what this is? Anybody know what that is? Right here? This is frog. This is the first pieces of the frog that are moving back. See the bulb, and even since I took this, the bulbs have gotten wider, spread apart. This bulb going that way, that bulb going that way. It's because that whole frog is going to move back, and this right here is going to move back up between here. It's going to lift the whole back of that foot up and push up in here. Like you can already feel frog stay clear up in here. But that is frog. Say that is frog that is emerging between the bulbs slowly. And so I had never seen, I've been looking at this area of the foot for a long time. Now look at it this way. See, it's interesting when you look at things different ways. Okay, see, this is frog. Well, some of it's periopal skin and some of it could be frog. What I'm going to see is when all this comes back, that frog will attach to these heels here. And these bulbs going to go that way, and going to have a big old thick true frog stay high up between the bulbs in the back of the foot, supporting the whole back of the foot. And he will be a gravel cruncher.
Linda, are you drawn on the picture? Because I see a picture on my screen, but I don't see you doing anything to it.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, you're just talking. Okay, I just want
Yeah,
to
I'm
make sure.
just talking. But I will draw here a little bit. Oh, where is that? Annotate. Because I wanted to show you. Okay,
Could
so
you show the rope part when you talk about the rope? Could you point that out again?
yeah, I'm going to do that here. Okay, so in the other picture, you seen this little rope that went up like this. See, it was like this.
I don't see your marking.
You don't? It must be your
No.
phone. You might have
Can
to
anybody else see it?
Can anybody else see me marking?
I
No, no,
can't
no,
see it
no,
either.
there is
It's
no marking.
Nope, it's just stuck on one picture.
Okay, let me stop this just a second here. I'll reshare and that'll probably help. Okay. Okay, now do you see that picture?
Yes.
I'm making it bigger and
Yes.
smaller.
Yep.
Okay. Now remember I just showed you, let me get the annotate just a second here. Okay, I just showed you where on that other deal you seen this little rope thing, right? Kind of went like
Okay.
that. Okay. So since then, you know, I had cleaned out between the bulbs. There was no frog. You know, I've been showing you how I take that Proxon and I'll clean all this out in here. And so let me undo this here. And so now this is, you know, a couple weeks later from the picture I showed you. So this frog has moved back more and has pulled in between the bulbs. Now you can see right here, you can see a little bit of that periopal right there. But over here, this is all frog that is starting to come between. That's all frog. See? And eventually this whole frog is going to come between here. These bulbs are going to move over here. Okay, this is going to be like this. That bulb is going to be there. And this frog that you see here, let me look for it. Oh, well, we'll try brown. It's going to be like this. When all is said and done, it's going to be connected to the heels and then clear up behind the foot, supporting the whole back of the foot behind the heels here. That's what will happen. See, the bulb you see here, okay, that's going to move over here where I put the red. These bulbs will spread apart. These heels here will become, well, it's not even going to be like that because it's going to be clear over here. This frog's going to be clear over here like that because this heel point will be over here now, right there. And so that frog's going to come over here. These heels, when they're done, they're going to spread out and straighten up and they're going to be clear over here. That's what's going to happen to this foot. Anyway, yeah. So let me clear this. All right. So let me go back. So the deal here.
Linda, did you took more off of the heel buttress?
Oh, over, you mean? I did
Yes,
recently.
Yes.
I did recently. I took even some more, and then when I went out to check him a day later, and I pick up a foot because I'm feeding him, and I always put my thumb between the bulbs had spread apart. So that's what I'm wanting is for them bulbs to spread so that frog can come through, like open up like a gate and let the frog come through. Say now,
I'm doing the same.
Okay, great. There's a picture here I got to show you real quick so you get another image in your mind of what we're doing here. The true foot of the horse. What's the true frog? See, true everything. Real. You know, just means real. If you want to call it natural, but it'd be the true natural foot, you know, the one he was born to have. So let me get this picture here real quick. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is a good one to share on. Okay, share. Okay, so I already showed you this foot. Okay, I showed you this foot here. Remember? Right here, I said, look at this frog, clear up here. Okay, now I've drawn kind of over this, but this frog is up behind these heels. It is back here. Here's the heel. He's got a 2-inch heel right here. From up here to down here, 2 inches. Frog skin is stuck to the heel here. That's not periopal skin. Periopal skin don't look like that. You see the layers? The frog grows in layers, by the way. And so here's the periopal band up here. Periopal's smooth for the most part, okay? And so the periopal band ends here. The frog skin attaches to the heel all the way down. The heels are 2 inches. And the frog is high up between the bulbs, 2 inches behind the foot. Okay, here's the back of the same horse's foot. Look at the frog. It's behind the heels. Behind the heels. That's what I'm going to see happen on this horse, or that's what I'm working at. Now look at the internal foot. See the frog clear up between the bulbs, this high up behind the heel. There. Just a minute here. Just a minute, I want to look at okay. Here's that same foot. See the frog back here behind the foot? Okay, here's the same feet. Look how wide the heels are. Now look, if you were to look at that, you might think he's got no to low heel. Is not that correct? Look at that. He's got 2-inch heels. He's got a good, on the sides, he's got a good inch or more of frog. In the center, it goes clear up between the bulbs. So it's 2 inches, about 2 inches. His heels are wide apart. Wide apart. So let me see here. See, and what's going on? I'm frozen. Oh, well, that decided to freeze. So hold on a minute. It's going to take a second. Close the program. Gonna take a second. My computer just froze up. End process. Might take a second. Come on, computer. Feet don't fail me now. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna put that up there. Maybe I can get around. Okay, good. Okay, let me go back now to this foot here. All right, so anyway, so this is where we're at current. Now what I want you to look at too here is the bulbs. See, they're ending right here. They're not pulled in anymore, you know? Okay, there you can see the frog more right there. I might be able to enlarge this just a minute. Oh, heck no, it's not going to get any bigger. Never mind. Okay. Okay, here you can see how the frog is moving back. See, what they call a central sulcus is a distorted frog that's been shoved forward. Yeah, this is like totally looking different than anything. Let me save that image. Okay, come here. I hear a dog chasing a rooster outside. I might have to go here in a minute and get him out of there. Okay, so here you can see it. See the frog here? Okay, now the bulbs, now when I look here, you can see that the bulbs are still a little bit turned in, but you can definitely tell a difference between a bulb and the frog, between Periopal and the frog. Do you see it? See, this is now real frog that we have growing here. At one time, it was covered over with these bulbs that were clear in here. And this frog here was shoved clear up here. Now, this is between the bulbs. And so this frog, these bulbs are going to move out like that. And this frog is going to come back like that. So you can see the difference between frog and periopal skin. So anyway, this is where I'm at right now, just so you know. And
You're getting there. Mission accomplished.
yeah, getting there, but you had to know where you're going, right? See, a lot of times we just didn't, we knew we were going somewhere, had an idea, but there was still more to know. Now we're getting to the place where we have a direct destination. You know, we're going where no man has gone before. Okay.
Yay.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. Hoof. The final frontier. See? Ah, these are the voyages of tact. Anyway, well, so let's see. I've got a few more pictures I'll share, and then we're gonna look at Devin's horse picture. And Sherry, if you want to get some pictures of your horse, be glad to look at them as well.
Okay, they're pictures that I took though. Unfortunately, they weren't like pictures that I took for tack. They were more like I would quick take a picture so that I could look at it and study it later.
Yeah, that's okay.
So they're not like proper angles, and a
Yeah,
lot of times they're not even cleaned enough because I would just be like bring him in, and I'm gonna look at his foot and take a picture, and
yeah,
so.
that's okay. That's
And the other
okay.
thing is, and I might not be able to do it, is I think, I've told you guys I'm a farm sitter and I'm heading to a farm, and
Oh,
I don't know how
cool.
good the internet is there. So,
Okay.
and I'll be bringing horses in and out and they're taking care of animals. So I'm not sure, but I'm going to be listening in, and hopefully at least the internet will work.
Well, that sounds like a good job.
But if I'm not able to share today, I will definitely share on the next Hoof chat.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so anyway, this is where I'm at. This is where his foot's at. We've got a destination we're headed to. Definitely have different images in my head than I had, in 2014 or 2005 to whenever. Um, and it's a combination of things. It's a combination of trimming and taking thousands of photos and doing the dissections and looking at everybody else's trims and trying to figure out what's going on and looking at the wild horse's feet and trying to figure out what's going on from there. So tack is not just we have not just taken one approach. It's many approaches, and we all come together to share our experiences and our data and our pictures and our evidence of what we see going on in these feet. And there is nobody better to do it than you, people, especially you ladies, with your own personal private horses that you care so much about. And if there is a hair out of place, you know it, So you get to know these feet like the back of your hand, and know your horse and know how he responds and everything like that. So all of us together, it may not seem so now, it may seem like the enemy is winning, which the enemy is just false beliefs. You understand? I'm not considering any person the enemy. The enemy is false knowledge. False knowledge is the enemy. Because you'd have to be pretty diabolical to do this on purpose, right? Nobody's done any of this on purpose. Like, oh, I think I'm just going to teach a false way of trimming so you can all cripple your horses. No, nobody's done that on purpose. What it is drawing a false conclusion. See, but here's the thing. Many, and I'm not just going to say men. When I say the word man or men, I mean all-inclusive noun. Men and women, People get an idea and they run with it. And then if they advertise it, a lot of times, even if they did learn the truth, they're not going to back up, especially if they've made a living doing it. You understand? That's why farriers have such a hard time. Well, not just farriers, barefoot trimmers, hoof group, whoever. People who have made uh, uh, a living selling classes, teaching other people how to do things. A lot of times it's really hard for them to back up on stuff they have put in a book, and so this stuff and then boy, when it starts getting into the colleges, watch out, and so this is already in the colleges. It's been in the colleges, the veterinary colleges, since the 1700s. Get them to back up, okay? Because look at it this way. If they're wrong, what else are they wrong about, right? Surely they can't be wrong. This is an established educational institution, you know? And so people have a vested interest and they will get so that even if they finally learn the truth, sometimes they're going to fight you tooth and nail. It's just the way the world works.
Yeah, even back in the day, they wanted to take out people. Who was it? A nurse? Um, the one on the top of my head, I don't think that she was the one that called out the doctors way back in the day that would do surgeries and then go in and do, births and stuff without washing their
Amen.
utensils. And man,
Ignaz
yeah, and the person that,
Schimmelweiss.
yeah,
It was
she
a
just,
guy.
oh, it was
He
a
was a
guy. That's right.
doctor.
Okay. Just simply tried to come out and say, hey, why don't we try washing the utensils before they're used on another patient?
Yeah.
Jeez. I don't know. They
Washing
threw him
your
in jail or
hands.
something. They attacked him. How dare you try to
Yeah.
tell us we're doing something wrong?
Yeah.
And, women were staying home with a midwife before they would go to the hospital because it was almost a death sentence to have a baby if you went to a doctor.
Exactly. Exactly. It's why doctors wash their hands now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's like one of my heroes.
Yes.
Ignaz Schimmelweiss. I think he was Hungarian or Polish or something. And he died in a mental institution.
Wow.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah.
Forget it. No, I may never go nowhere with this, but no way. I'm going to
We
stay
have a long
sane.
way to run.
Yeah. Oh. Anyway, so Angeliki sent me a picture too. So I want to look at
I'm ashamed of this picture because there is so much dirt and so much mud.
okay.
So I didn't send it to you to show it. But
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
I think I'm in the right spot. And when you can have a look at it, you just tell me yes or no.
Okay, we're gonna after I look at Devin's, we're gonna look at that. I'm gonna show
Yes,
Devin's video.
I'm very ashamed of this photo.
Oh, you shouldn't be. I can
Oh,
see through the dirt these days. I don't even
you're,
like,
you're able to see the video.
yeah, I'm
It
gonna
sucks.
share it here in a second.
Oh, okay. Just downloading. Um,
How's that? Can you see it?
yes.
Okay.
Um, it's quite awesome that two trims after discovering the heel bulb and everything. Now that's the end of the video, so it'll have to start over. But see how he's fully loading on his right foot.
Oh,
And
yeah.
even there takes a trotting step. Now that is not a step he would ever take. You can see he's ouchy on the right front across those
Yeah.
rocks.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a horse that would rock back on his hinds and he would land toe first on that right side and literally hold himself up, and that foot would wobble back and forth before he would let it come down. And he
Okay.
would also dig holes in the dirt to try to stand up that right side. And see right there, he takes a free trotting step.
That's great.
And
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my
I
gosh.
relate. I got a pony that I've had. It's been one thing after the other, trying to figure out her feet.
I
You
wish I
know,
had a video of how he walked before. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
well, I have figured out, I mean, she was so super bound. Oh my gosh, my gosh, my gosh. This has been a horrifying experience. But um by keeping her foot in boots and keeping them wet and finally understanding about unbinding this frog, she's walking better than she's walked in several years.
Yeah, I mean, he's even turning corners better. He normally, like you
Yeah,
said, on
her
that one horse,
too.
would rock back and cross his front feet over. And he actually turned. Now, granted, he was turning to the left side, not the right side, but he still turned better and
Oh,
is trotting.
hold on a second.
On this video, I can see very, very small hoofs for such a beautiful big horse.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yes. You have a long way to go, but you will.
Oh, he looks like such a sweetie.
He is a
Yeah.
sweetie.
Aw,
He's a good boy.
you
That's
know,
why I kept him, even though everyone's like, put him down, get rid of him.
no. Well, see, and people would have told me to put this pony down too. I guarantee you, she knew she wouldn't want her to be put down. They
Yeah.
want their life. Why should, it's, see, this is what the shame is, that these horses are being put down and have to be put down just over their feet being bound.
Yeah. And I just
When we
like,
go put down a bunch of Chinese ladies because they
yeah.
can't run a foot race.
So you think I'm on the right path as far as thinning out the frog? Because it
Yes.
did seem to relieve him, the
Yes,
rain
it
and
did.
everything.
And the moisture is what did it.
Yeah.
Okay. They
Okay.
have to have moisture. So what you're gonna see, I'll share some things I'm doing. See, first of all, I'm keeping my horse's feet elevated, my pony's feet elevated, so that she's not tempted to pull the heels in,
Okay.
and I'm giving her lots of frog space.
Mm-hmm.
See, for a while, I was doing frog padding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but not now. Now I've made this DIM in her boots to where it supports the sides of her foot, but her frog is free. And when I did that, it was like a whole different ball game. See, I did this one because see, I was thinking, okay, frog support, frog support. Well, maybe that's
Yes, no, I'm making it.
preventing
I'm
us.
sorry. Okay, I'll have it for you.
Yeah, I thought maybe that's preventing her feet from expanding. So I made this DIM where it was a big pad and it elevated her heels, but the area of the frog had an indentation instead of being pushed up into the frog. And from the moment I did that, it was like a game changer. Mm. Some people get testy when they don't get what they want. Don't know if you heard any of that. So, let's see here. Okay, so we're going to look at something else here. Yeah. You now, do you you ever put him in boots?
I did have easy boots for him.
Okay.
I could pull those back out, but I haven't been lately, no.
Okay.
But I used to have him in boots all the time.
Okay. Well, I can't do it right now, but I'll share some stuff with you that I'm doing with this pony that's really helping her that might help him.
Are you talking
Okay.
about like soaking boots, or because I have like an easy boot glove, but I also
Oh,
have
those
soaker
would work
boots.
good.
Yeah.
But what I do is I put a pair of socks on them, a couple pairs of socks. Then I put a Ziploc plastic bag over that. Of course, I cut the Ziploc part off. Then I
Uh-huh.
secure that with duct tape and I fill it with liquid. So their
Okay.
foot is wet all the time.
Now, should I worry about that as far as what you said about unbinding
Well,
his foot too
see,
fast?
let me look at these feet some more and see if that's something you need to worry about or if that's actually something that's going to unbind his foot and help. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, all right. So now, this is the foot you want me to look at.
That's Trinity's foot, and I'm like, oh wait, I need to get pictures before, so I'd already kind of started trimming that bar. But yeah, this is my mare Trinity.
Okay.
And she's got pretty decent feet. And of course, if you look, it does show the finished trim after I was done trimming her
Okay.
foot.
Okay. Yeah.
And there's even a bottom view of her foot.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, her bulbs are still curled in.
Mm-hmm. And I will
Do you
tell you,
know
I'm
that?
kind of like I did see that a little bit now that we've studied. And I will say, because she's my sound horse, I'm kind of like a mechanic, that works on everyone
Not
else.
broke, don't fix it. No.
Yeah. So sometimes it'll be like 8 weeks, and I'm like, oh, I should probably trim her.
Hey, but she's got beautiful feet.
Thank you. And I've had her since she was 8, and she's 23 now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, but I got to go back to the fact that she is somewhat footbound. These bulbs are, look at that big chunk of periopal there.
Yeah, I see that
See?
now that you've explained the periopal rope and all that.
See, and just like, I showed you my horse's foot, how I thought he had a good foot, only to find out that there was more that could be done.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, yeah, her foot, just like his, okay, she's got the same, basically got almost the same kind of foot I had to a degree when I thought I had a good foot, but then
Okay.
found out that that was not truly the case, that the cartilages in back were bound. Like if
Mm-hmm.
we could look at the side view, what would we see?
Yeah. Did I
See?
send you a side view of her foot? I don't know if I did.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know if I did on that one, or I might have in the previous videos. Oh,
Wow.
there's that baby clubfoot. So
Yeah,
that was
man,
at
that
4
was a
months
lot.
old.
Wow, well, that's a great improvement.
And then there's a middle picture at 8 months old. There it is at 8 months old.
Uh-huh.
And then the last one is at 1 year.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was some aggressive trimming to get it straight before everything wanted to start like hardening, and get
Yeah.
stuck in place. But I trimmed that mare from the time she was 4 months old until she was older than 10 before I moved, and her
Uh-huh.
front feet stayed the same.
Well,
So,
good. That's
and they never
great.
tried,
Yeah.
it never tried to club again on me. So
Okay.
anyways, interesting story.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
But I think back further, you might find the side view of her hoof. Of course, I was trimming in the grass, so I think I have it standing up. That's a different horse up on the stand. That's her. So maybe.
Nope.
No,
It's not
okay.
there.
Maybe not.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, yep, there it is. Yep,
There
there
we
it
go.
is.
Okay, yeah, see?
I mean, it might be hard
You
to
got,
tell because she's got her foot bent.
yeah, but I can still tell. See, anymore, like I don't need them to be clean. I don't need them to have it almost any angle. I can still tell what's going on.
Yeah. And
See, because
that's one
it's
of her
this.
back feet. That's her back right, I
Oh,
believe.
okay.
I had gotten to trimming and I get to her back feet and I'm like, oh wait, I'm gonna join that hoof chat group. I should probably get
Yep.
pictures. So I just got the back pictures of her feet.
Okay, I have stuff going on here. It looks great. You're doing a great job and stuff. But with this new information, you're going to be able to take this frog, clear out in the back of her foot and expand her cartilages.
Okay.
And it's not going to be that tough because
Yeah.
she's already got pretty good feet,
Okay.
you know?
Awesome. That's why I'm so glad finding this, because this new knowledge that coming back here, let's see, I haven't really been watching for at least 4 years,
Yeah.
since I graduated nursing school and stuff. So, and it seems that since then, even within the last year, a lot of your new teaching on the back of the hoof has changed a bit. So I'm like, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense of the frog.
Okay.
And so now I'm really trimming the crap out of these frogs, even more than I was before,
Okay.
So
Well, it looks great. And we're sure glad to have you back with us, Devin.
thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Well, ladies, I think I'm going to end it today. Wait a minute. I want to show one other thing. Oh, do. Yeah, Angelique,
Is the next hoof chat next week?
yeah, there'll be one next week.
Okay, great.
Yep.
I'll have pictures to share.
Okay, sounds good. Well, okay, ladies. Does anybody else have anything they want to share or say or?
I just want to say thank you so much, Linda, for taking the time to look at his pictures and give me some advice on JD's feet. I've really appreciated your time today. And
hey,
Merry
well,
Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. And I
Merry
really
Christmas.
appreciate
Thank
you being here, all of you and stuff. You're just tenacious
you.
people. Kathy Johnson, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. You all ready for Christmas?
Oh, as ready as I'm gonna be.
Yeah, it's kind of late now, huh? Better last run to Walmart.
Yeah, I don't do much for Christmas. I'm on my own. I don't have any immediate family, so
Okay.
but I have great friends and usually,
Awesome.
but I don't have to do a lot.
Good for you. I don't do anything. So, I do a hoof chat,
There you go.
I'm taking care of animals all day.
Yeah,
Been there, done that.
that's right.
I'll be working tomorrow, so y'all can think about me.
Okay, we will.
Same.
Hey, well, you all take care, and we will talk to you next week.
Okay.
Thank
Bye,
you, Linda.
everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas,
Merry
everyone.
Christmas,
Bye.
and I want to tell you that this is the best Christmas Eve I ever had in my life.
Hey,
With
that's
all of
awesome.
you.
That's
Wonderful.
awesome.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
I
you,
love
Linda.
you all.
Thank you very much.
And take care.
Thank
We'll
you,
see you
Linda.
next week. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.